everyone to the Battles of the American Revolution by GMT Games. My name is Mark Miklos. I'm the series designer. Joining me today is Rob Doane.
Hey, everyone.
Upper right corner. Created all the BOAR series. Rob is also currently GMing the BPA-sanctioned BOAR Play by Email tournament. Today, it'll be our privilege to introduce you to the series by playing the Battle of Eutaw Springs. We'll offer running commentary throughout the game. For some background, just briefly, the BOAR series began in 1998 with the publication of the Battle of Saratoga. By the grace of God, Saratoga received the Charles Roberts Award that year for Best Pre-World War II board game, and a series, you might say, was born. Today, 23 years later, the series includes 10 volumes, counting Volume 10, the Battle of the Great Plains, which is currently on GMT's P500 list. Within these 10 volumes are 12 distinct battles of 29 separate scenarios. BOA, so-called century event at the World Board Game Championships for 21 of those 23 years. And it's a mainstay of RevCon and MiniCon, now in its 17th year under the auspices of PresCon at the Winter National Championships in Charlottesville, Virginia, every February. BOAR is a hex encounter game. Many elements that will be familiar to most wargamers, such as zone of control, line of sight for ranged fire, melee combat, terrain, and occasionally some command and control elements. BOA also includes some elements that, when taken together, give the force system some distinction, such as a non-sanguine CRT, initiative, momentum, and opportunity cards that were introduced into the series with Volume 4, the Battle of Savannah. Most notably, units are rated for individual unit morale, and it is the interplay between unit morale and army morale, the game within the game in the BOAR system. And Rob and I will illuminate all of these aspects and more as we play the game, and you will quickly grasp an appreciation for how it all fits together. As I said, the game we selected for our match today is the Battle of Eutaw Springs. This was the companion game in Volume 3, the Battle of Guilford Courthouse. Eutaw is one of the best games to use when introducing new players to the series because of its low counter density and somewhat straightforward tactical situation. It is also one of, if not the most balanced game in the series. Since its publication in 2002, there have been literally hundreds of recorded tournament matches, the outcomes of which are nearly perfect, at 1/3 British victories, 1/3 American victories, and 1/3 draw. Now let me quickly set the stage for the battle. Eutaw Springs is located approximately 40 miles west-northwest of Charleston, South Carolina. The battle was fought on September 8th, 1781, along the banks of the Santee River in an area that today is mostly submerged under Lake Marion. By this time, British Lieutenant General Charles Earl was heading toward his rendezvous with destiny at Yorktown, Virginia, after his Pyrrhic victory at the Battle of Guilford Courthouse on the frosty morning of March 15th. Meanwhile, his erstwhile pursuer, American Major General Nathaniel Greene, let him go to return to South Carolina to begin the Great Liberation. Throughout April and May, British posts around the upstate and Midlands of South Carolina fell like dominoes to Greene's Avengers. As hot Carolina summer bore down, Greene encamped his army for 6 weeks in the high hills of the Santee, south of Camden. Then on August 22nd, he broke camp, rested and refreshed, and headed south. By September 7th, the Americans were at Burdell's Tavern, only 7 miles from Eutaw Springs, with an army of 2,300 men, newly reinforced by the arrival of Francis Marion, also known as the Swamp Fox, and his partisan brigade. By August, British command in South Carolina had passed from Lord Francis Rawdon to Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Stewart of the British 3rd Regiment of Foot, known as the Irish Buffs. He decided to establish a forward base at Eutaw Springs to screen Charleston, South Carolina, which was still a vital base and port for the British forces. Stewart also had 2,300 men who were encamped in an 8-acre clearing adjoining a fine plantation house that sat on the road to Charleston. The terrain was wooded yet open, with oaks, cypress trees, magnolias, palmettos, and white pine, which were still verdant in late summer. Along the river on the British right, however, were impenetrable thickets of briars and brambles, and black oak. Stewart was battle-tested and included regulars, Loyalist infantry from New York and New Jersey, the Charlestown, as it was called then, the Charlestown Light Horse and small contingent Tory militia. Greene's army included Light Horse Harry Lee's Legion of Horse and Foot, Kirkwood's Delaware Light Infantry, William Washington's Dragoons, and 3 brigades of Continentals from Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina. Supplementing these regulars were Marion's partisan brigade, militia from North and South Carolina. The state of South Carolina also supplied 1 regiment of foot, troop of horse under Colonel Wade Hampton. Oblivious to the approaching Americans and considering himself secure, Stewart ordered out a foraging party at first light on September the 8th to dig for sweet potatoes in fields about 1 mile west of the camp. At 8 a.m., the vanguard of Greene's approaching column made contact with them. And thus the stage is set for our game today. We've already chosen our sides. He's going to play the Americans, and I'll be the British defenders. We will take Q&A at the end of the game. There should be plenty of time for a nice conversation. But in the meantime, feel free to send any immediate questions you might have that can't wait via chat. And so with all that being said, I think we'll be ready. And you can take it away.
Yeah, okay. So at this point, why don't we kill the video for you and me, Mark, so we can free up resources and yeah.
Let me do that.
Okay. All good. All right. So yeah, as Mark said, we have split up our sides. I'm taking the Americans here. So you're looking at my screen, just so everybody knows who's watching this. I'm sharing my screen, so everything you're seeing is kind of from my point of view, but of course we'll scroll around as whenever it's Mark's turn as well. So for the campaign game, I'm going to go up here to the turn track so you can see this is a 10-turn scenario. We're going to kind of explain things as we go along here, so we're going to want to really just kind of jump right into it. But to give you a little preview, the first couple turns here are fairly well scripted. It's just some American pieces coming down the road. Over on the left side of the map, where you see on my screen here, this stack of 4 American units, this is where the Americans enter from. Where they're trying to get to is over here, where you see this group of where the British Army, and then I'm going to hide those units for a second. You'll see these hexes that have these tent symbols on them. Those are the British encampment hexes. That's where the Americans are trying to get to. This scenario is run on victory points, and those tent objectives, along with the one that has the house here, this is the 1-2 plantation house. If you count those up, you'll see there's 7 of those hexes altogether, and whoever controls the majority of those gets 3 victory points at the end of the game. Which is also the margin that you need to win the game. So if you're really gunning for the victory, that's what you want to do is get those points. So that's what's driving all of the action here in this scenario. So for turn 1, if you look on here, turn 1 is colored all in blue on the turn track, which shows you it is only an American turn. Mark is not going to get to move at all yet. So I'm going to move my 4 guys that I have on the map, and if you look here too, it says no American road bonus. Normally, when you're moving just along roads, as in many games, you get a bonus to your movement. You can move double what your printed movement allowance is. That's not going to be the case for me on the first turn. So I'm just going to move what my printed allowance is. So everything along the road is 1 movement point each. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bringing some dragoons down the road. And then the 2 foot units, Lee's Legion and the Palmetto Foot, will follow up behind them. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's all for turn 1. That's a quick and easy one. Every time a piece moves in Vassal, you see there's a little red dot there just to serve as a reminder that it has moved. I'm going to hit this button just to clear those off and bounce this up to turn 2. Looking again on the turn track again, you see turn 2 is just an American turn. This time I've got some reinforcements coming in, and with 2 of them, there's a little decision to make here. If you look on their pieces there, it says 2A for most of them, which means they enter on turn 2 over here on Hex A. But there's 2 of them, the Swamp Fox and the South Carolina Militia Rifles, that say 2A or 3B. So I've got a choice there. I can either bring them in on turn 2 down where we were, or you see here's entry hex B over on the other side of the Santee River. I can actually choose to delay them until turn 3 and bring them in there. So I think what I'm going to do, here's our favorite guy for the Americans, the Swamp Fox, doing what he does best. I am going to choose to wait until turn 3 to bring him in. So I'm just dragging him over to turn 3 on the turn track, and everybody else I am going to bring in here. So the South Carolina Militia Rifles I'm choosing to bring in on turn 2. All right, so at this point, everybody's free to use strategic movement if they can. You can't use that and move adjacent to an enemy unit. So this foraging party here, that's the focus of the first 2 turns, is going to block that from me. But that's okay. So let me move these guys first. Again, these are all 1 movement point each. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. I'm entering his zone of control here, so I have to stop movement immediately. And we'll go 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. And everyone else, let's see. So the stacking limit in this series is 6 strength points of infantry plus 1 artillery unit of any size. So with these guys, now they are eligible for strategic movement, or for road movement, but they can't move adjacent to an enemy. So Pickens and Sumter here can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He could have moved up to 8 if he had had a clear path, but that's as far as he can get with road movement. These guys behind him will do the same. And Hampton is a leader. We're going to use some of his bonuses in combat, hopefully pretty soon. But for right now, he'll get there as well. And then Gaines, again, move up to 6 with him. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right, and that's all for turn 2. Pretty quick and easy, these beginning turns here. So, well, I should say that's it for movement for turn 2. So now, at the end, after movement is done, if any time you have units adjacent to each other, there has to be combat, close combat. So that's the situation that we have here. So anybody who's adjacent to an enemy unit has to attack. There's also a mechanic for doing a diversion, which we'll probably explain when we have the opportunity to do that. But for this open-in attack, it's really pretty straightforward. So I'm going to total up the strength points of the units that I have adjacent to this foraging party. And the strength is the number on the left. So I've got 2, 3 in that hex, 4, 5. So I have a total strength of 5 in this combat versus 1 for Mark's foraging party. I have to designate one of these units as my lead unit. And that lead unit is going to be the one that contributes their morale as a modifier to this combat. And the morale is this, for Lee's Legion, for example, here, it's this +1 number. It's the number above here. So I'm usually, 9 times out of 10, you're probably going to take your best unit, the one that has the highest modifier. So I've got 2 choices here. I'm going to make it Lee's Legion Foot as my lead unit. So, Mark, that's my lead unit. You, of course, don't have a choice, since you only have 1 unit in the game at this point. So, we look at our total strength and figure out the ratio. 4 to 1 is the highest ratio they can have. We know this one is 5 to 1, but we'll make that 4 to 1 since we're maxed out on the odds chart. I've said Lee's Legion Foot is my lead unit, so now we'll figure out the total modifiers here. So my modifiers are going to be +1 for my lead unit, and then I'm going to get another +1 because I am attacking a force that is all the defending units are militia, and I have at least
Rob,
one.
Right. And
Yep. Go ahead, Mark.
Let me interject right there that the colored banding will help you identify the quality of the units that you're working with. For example, on the American side, like Lee's Legion Horse, for example, it's a blue counter with no colored band across the top. Same thing for Gaines Artillery over there. Those are continentals. Then you have the dark blue stripes. Those are state troops. Not Continental Army, but same quality. Then for the American player, you get the light blue stripes. Those are militia for the American player. So the red ones, the red stripes are British regulars. The yellow stripes are loyalist infantry, Americans of good fighting quality allied to the British cause. And then for me, my militia are the brown stripes, like the foraging party. So that's a quick way visually for you to keep up with, who is who and how that affects the modifiers. Go ahead.
Yep. Okay. So I was just saying my modifiers on the combat are going to be +1 from Lee's Legion Foot and +1 for I'm hitting an all defending militia force.
Right, and my modifier is -1, which is a -3 in Rob's fate.
Right. So all that together means I'm rolling a die and I'm going to add 3 to it. So at this point, I'll bring it up here on the screen. Let me shrink this so you can see it, just in case you don't have it in front of you. So here's the. So yeah, the last part here is to pick your tactics. And let me go back to this. So if you look at that tactics chart again, which I'm going to keep it off the screen here because you kind of need to see the situation. I have over here, let me put him on top of this stack. I have a leader that's adjacent to my units that are in this combat. Now he's not stacked with them. If he were, I'd be getting this number on the left as a +1. That's another combat modifier. I'd be getting that in this combat. But since he's not stacked with anybody who's attacking, I'm not going to get that. What I will get from him, though, is an improved set of tactics to choose from in this battle. If you look at that tactics chart again, I have a leader that's at least adjacent to some of my units that are attacking, and we have several hexes here that would contribute to an open flank. meaning a hex that has both attacking and defending units adjacent to it, but there's nobody in it. So for example,
let me,
yep.
if I may, everything you're saying about leader adjacency, of course, is accurate, generally speaking, but Hampton cannot come in, and you've got two.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So he does not qualify.
You're right. Yes, my mistake. Yeah. So you're right. Since he's not eligible to command everybody, I'm not going to get his benefit of those extra tactics in this attack. But that will come up probably in the next time we have a battle. So my choices for tactics are pretty simple. It's going to be these basic 4 here: either skirmish, attack an echelon, stand fast, or withdraw. And Mark will have the same. Some people look at this and see it as a rock, paper, scissors game, and in some respects it kind of is, but I always hesitate when people say they kind of don't prefer using the tactics. You have to keep in mind the chart, especially these results where it says NC, which is no combat. If, when Mark picks his tactics and I pick mine, we're going to cross-reference them on this chart, and if the result is NC, that means no combat takes place and he gets to withdraw out of there for free. That is often not what the attacker would want. So if I just see people online sometimes saying, I'd prefer just not to use the tactics chits. If you, of course, you're welcome to play any way you want with house ruling it, but if you don't use those, keep in mind you are negating the possibility of a no combat result, which does play an impact on the game. It doesn't happen often, but it can, and that could change things. So that's why, one of the reasons why they're important. All right, enough talking here. Let me pick
While you're looking for your tactic, one other point. So Rob McCracken is fond of saying this series is not about the odds; it's about the modifiers, and that's true. Certainly, you're going to get better combat results as you work up the table towards 4-1 than you would at 1-3. But the +1 or -1 or +2 in some cases that you can get from the tactics play can be really important, either as the attacker or the defender, depending on how that benefit plays out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
Rob, I got a question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's Ken T here. Isn't the rifle fire phase before close combat? Don't you have a South Carolina militia rifle unit that can fire on them?
I have one on the board. He's back here, but rifles can only fire to units that are adjacent to them. And you see he's 1 hex shy of the foraging party, so he can't fire. But you're right. Normally we would have both defensive artillery and rifle fire both come before close combat. But in this case, we just don't have any rifles or artillery that are eligible to fire.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So you all watching, I know you can see what tactic I've chit. This question mark in the corner just means that it's hidden to Mark, so he can't see it. And as you can see, I can't see what he's picked either. But Mark, let's go ahead and reveal. All right, so attack an echelon to skirmish. And if you look at that, I'll bring it up. Here's the chart. I'm the attacker. Attack an echelon to skirmish. He has outguessed me, as he often does. So it's a -1. So before the tactics, we had said it was going to be a 4-1 battle at +3. That -1 makes it a +2. So it's 4-1 +2. So we'll go to our close combat table. Here's the column I'm going to roll on, and I'll roll and see what I get. 6. So 6 + 2 is 8, and 8 is 1 step loss. And that asterisk would mean if there were a leader with him, the leader would have been killed. Fortunately for Mark, there's not. This is just the foraging party. So the foraging party is eliminated. I now, as the victorious attacker, must advance with at least my lead unit. I can advance with others on there too if I want to. So let's start out with Lee's Legion Foot. He was the lead. He has to go in there. I'm going to bring the Palmetto Foot with him in as well. And I will, I think I will, yeah, actually I'm going to bring in the horses. So everybody who was attacking is going to advance, so they're all on the road now. So that was that one complete combat sequence.
The interesting thing about that result is that will give the Americans the initiative on turn 3.
Right.
If the foraging party survived, then the British would get the initiative. And not only that, the foraging party, while it's a terrible unit, it does still exert a zone of control. And so I've seen games where the foraging party survives and can cause havoc in the British rear as a threatening for capture later in the game.
If you know a little bit about the series, you know also normally when you eliminate units, our army morale markers, which this is an absolute critical mechanic here, these are going to slide up and down, hopefully down for the British, for me, as the game goes on. Normally, if you eliminate or capture units, that army morale marker starts to go down, 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 and that's where you want to drive it so that the other side is suffering from negative modifiers in most everything it does. That does not happen with the foraging party. It's just its sole function in this game is to determine who gets initiative on this next turn, as Dave was just saying. So let's move the marker over. That was all of turn 2. We're now at the start of turn 3. And yes, since the foraging party was eliminated, they do not escape back to the British encampment to warn the British that the Americans are coming. And so therefore the Americans automatically have the initiative here. So I'm going to go ahead and place the Swamp Fox. As I said, he's waited till now, so that means he's going over there to Hex B. And the bulk of the American army now comes in down here on A. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. So since I am moving first at the top of the turn, one of the things I have to keep in mind is that whenever you move at the top of the turn, you have to keep in mind that the other side may get a double move, because I know Mark is going to move next, and then when we go to the next turn, if he wins the initiative, that means he's got 2 moves before I can do anything. So I do want to be a little bit careful that I'm not going to stick myself out too far where he might be able to, launch right out and wallop me before I even can get my army set up. So let's start out with the Swamp Fox first. Let's see, I'm going to go over to my terrain chart real quick here because he's going to be crossing a ferry, which costs 2 for him. All right, so for the Swamp Fox, we're going to start out here going 1, 2, 3, and then you can go 4, 5 into there, crossing the ferry. And back over here, I want to kind of start spreading out a little bit. Let's go 1, 2, 3. The woods are 2 for the cavalry, so that's 4, 5.
One and a half for the light woods, Rob.
Oh, yep, thanks. Yeah, it's light, not heavy, right? So here's the heavy woods, here's the light woods. You see the heavy have that darker green background. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. And let's see, behind him, let's bring our gun up here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, using road movement now. And for these guys, we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And yeah, let's bring the rifles all the way up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Hampton will join them. And then for the guys way in back here, they will definitely make the most of road movement, so I'll just go 2 at a time here. So there's basically 1, 2, 3, 4. we're stacked up at 6 here, so the Virginia Brigade won't be able to make it all the way into there, but we'll leave him there. And then Brown is going to 1, 2, 3. That's as far as he can make it. And we'll just bring Green in, park him with those guys right there. Okay, Mark, so that was my turn, so I'm going to clear off the move markers, send the game turn marker down here, flip it over to the British, and it's now the British half of turn 3.
All right, good. Thank you. I want to draw attention to the 7 red stars that you see just to the left of the main British camp. That's the so-called British perimeter. It's a little bit of an artificial construct that was put in there for design elements. Jumping ahead a little bit in the course of play, when American units enter the British camp, I told you that possession of the majority of camp X's is worth 3 victory points. So, assuming the Americans come for the camp, we learned in playtesting that simply forming up behind the camp, to the right of the camp, because when an American unit enters a camp, it has to check for loot. It may very likely break formation and loot and make itself vulnerable to counterattack. And that just flew in the face of, the historical reality. So we wanted to compel the British player to fight forward, at least initially, because as soon as any American units enter or pass through 4 of these 7 red stars, the British player will lose 1 point of army morale. And if you'll just look again at the army morale track, you see that I already started a deficit of 1. If I voluntarily give those stars up, I'm now at 12, only away from fatigue. Something that Rob and I failed to verbalize, but I know Rob will take me at my word on this. The British player, before the game starts, is to jot down on scrap paper the word yes or no. Will he or will he not be bringing in his turn 7 reinforcements? The risk there is, if you bring them in, you surrender another point of army. So if I give up the red stars without a fight, and if it's my intention to bring those reinforcements in on turn 7, I'm already down to 11 without any action having occurred. And, it's that this army morale track, as Rob suggested, is the game within the game. So you have to always be aware of where you are in morale, as well as what the tactical situation on the board is. So with all that being said, I'm going to come forward 1 half 1, 1 2, 1. He could go 1 more hex, but if I do that, I'll come within range of his battery. Range of field guns is 3 hexes. Each hex is 200 yards. So I'm going to stop just out of range, and I'm going to anchor my line, my guns. Let's see. Now we're going to bring up the Irish buffs. 1, 2, 3. We'll hold there. Let's bring up the 63rd foot. 2, 3. The 64th foot. 2, 3. Let's bring up Delancey. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to stiffen the end of the line there with his superior morale. And then let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, 1 half 1, 1 half 2, if you prefer. The 2nd Royal Highland. 1, 2, we're gonna. It gets a little interesting now. That's kind of a no-brainer there. But he brought his swamp fox in on my right flank, my extreme right rear, and I can't just ignore that. So even though I don't have, and both of us are stretched for manpower to do something. So why don't we? Let's take our militia, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the New York Volunteers. And let's do that. Meanwhile, Grenadiers, 1, 2, 3, 4. Notice their superior morale. We'll sort of keep them as a mobile reserve. Let's bring our loyalist leader over here. Whoops, wrong spot. I'm going to put Marchbanks is the subordinate British commander, but he has better values than the Army commander Stewart, whose combat rating is a 0. So I want him more in the rear as opposed to on the firing line. His better function will be to help disrupted guys. Put the light infantry here. And let's bring the rifles up here to reinforce the grenadier position. And then my cavalry. He's got me outmatched in cavalry. 300 to my 200, but he's got 3 separate counters to my 1. So that's a lot more maneuverability than I have. And the blackjack oak on my right, that's, if you can just put your cursor over the blackjack oak area, that's going to help shield my right against his cavalry, so I won't be turned on that side. But I could be vulnerable on my left. So I'm going to take my cavalry and put it 1, 2, 3. Let's put it there where it can react to where a threat may develop. That's the end of my movement. It would now be a defensive artillery fire. I say I stop short the range of the Gaines battery. And there's no rifle fire because no one's adjacent, and there's no close combat because no one's adjacent. And so we would move on to game turn 4. Now, before we roll for initiative, let's point out that starts the game with momentum. If you look to the extreme upper right of the map board, just beyond the eliminated units box, you can see the momentum area. Momentum allows the owning player to do some pretty cool things. He can call back an adverse close combat die roll if he doesn't like it, or he can invest momentum before the initiative die is thrown to add modifiers to that initiative die roll. So Robert has that decision to make before we throw the die for turn 4 to see who will get the initiative.
Yeah, and I'm not going to spend it on this roll, so I will not be modifying my initiative die roll.
Okay. So we just roll straight up.
Yep.
6 for the Brits, 6 for the
We're
Americans.
tied.
We'll just re-roll. In this case, there are some games in the series where dastardly things happen if the initiative was tied, but we won't have to worry about that in this particular game.
All right, we'll roll again.
There you go.
This time I win it. Okay.
So the threat of a back-to-back move remains with me.
Yeah. All right, I've got my last 2 reinforcements that come on here, including my last Dragoon unit, so I definitely want them. They don't have a choice. They automatically come in back on the road there. So right now, the other thing I'm keeping in mind is that one of the special rules for this scenario is the first turn that we have a normal close combat, not involving the foraging party. That first one against the foraging party was a special situation. But from this point on, whenever we have the first close combat, all of the combats that happen in that turn are going to have a column shift in my favor, in the Americans' favor. And this is reflecting kind of like a surprise rule, the fact that the Americans have surprised the British and are catching them unprepared. So for me, I want to try and set this up where whenever that first turn is, there are a lot of combats where they can all benefit from that column shift that they'll all get. Likewise, and I'm sure Mark is thinking about this because I've seen him do it before, if he can put himself in a position to do a spoiling attack where maybe he hits one of my exposed units, like one of these Dragoon units, where he can kind of gang up on them, he will in effect use up that surprise benefit of me. There will still be a column shift. It will still be in my favor. But if he can kind of trip it and trigger it that way, he'll have made me sort of expended on his terms rather than on my terms. And I won't get nearly as big a benefit out of it as I would if I can kind of mass everything and have a huge attack. So that's what I'm thinking about right now, and I'm sure Mark is doing the same, knowing him. So let's go back up. Start with the Swamp Fox here, as he's kind of working himself around and keeping himself a threat. Maybe I'll move everyone else here first, because I know roughly where I kind of want to get to for this turn. I'm also looking at where my high morale units are, kind of like how Mark did with the British. I don't want to give them, I don't want to leave any stacks out there that are really going to be hurting in terms of having. I want to try to spread my high morale units along so that every stack has at least one decent unit in it, so like a +1 or a +2. So I think what we'll do is, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna take the light unit here, go 1, 2.
As Rob is moving, I'll just mention he just pushed up Lee's Legion foot, and you see the designation LT, which signifies light infantry. Light infantry can cross through those heavy woods hexes at no additional penalty, whereas regular infantry entering the heavy woods would have to pay 1.5. Light infantry can also maneuver through the blackjack oak a little easier than regular infantry, which is all but it's not prohibited, but it's three movement points per space for the regular infantry. At least the lights can move through it at 2 per space. So we make that easy for you by designating LT on the counter. And then as you play the games, you'll get familiar with some of the icons as well. Rifle pose is a typical icon used for American light infantry.
Yeah, actually, let's see. I'm taking the palmetto foot. I'm going to send him down here instead. Okay. Let's see, picking something. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Gonna put the rifles up there. Three, 4, and send our horses to the front there. Now I've got a second artillery unit that's coming down the road here. I'm probably not going to be able to get this one where I can use him yet, but I'll get close. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Especially playing on Vassal, it can be very easy to forget about the reinforcements. Sometimes I've had games where I bring them in and then totally forget to move them. So before I do that, let's get these guys up here. All right, so Washington's Dragoon can move 12 along the road, in theory at least. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Let's see. Yeah, there's room there. So let's just go 11 into there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, and down here I've got 2 leaders. Let's see. All right, well, I'm gonna stick Hampton back there for the moment, and then we've got Green. Let's see. Let's give him 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna put him up there. All right, so that's everybody down there, and then that leaves the Swamp Fox. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just to give them something to think about. All right, so that's always a good idea to zoom around just to make sure I've moved everybody, which I think I have. All right, so that is my movement is done. And now we go to defensive artillery, and this should mark the start of a fairly regular artillery exchange between the two sides, because I imagine we're going to be in artillery range from this point on.
Right, and just as a point of order, the next phase would be the rally phase, but since we're no disrupted units, we're just skipping over that. So yes, I do have my artillery, the British light artillery. 2 factors. It is within range of a couple of stacks. So 1116 that has his artillery in it, and the neighboring stack that has the palmetto foot on top. But that is in woods, and it's harder to hit. It's in the woods, even though I have a line of sight to that head. So I'm going to just, right off the jump, I'm going to ignore that. It's necessarily be the case. The tactical situation might demand that I take a shot over there sometimes, but in this case, I'm going to go for the higher probability target, which is going to be his artillery. I'm going to fire counter battery. This will give me a modifier on the 2-hit table. 2 factors firing at a range of 3 would need a 8 to hit, but when firing at enemy artillery, I get a +1. So I'm actually looking for a 7 to cause a hit. So here's the die roll against his gun. Well, it's a miss regardless. So all of that for naught. I think since there's no adjacency, that's the end.
Yeah.
Moving game turn marker, flipping it over. All right. Well, certainly is a judicious player. Stop short of saying a conservative player, but he definitely appreciates that this era of linear tactics, and so you're not going to catch him trying a Schwerpunkt or something like that, where he me to gobble it up. And so he's got a nice formation there. His points were well taken about American supremacy. So I've got to be considerate now to proceed. Let's see. Only one point of Rob's line is that I will end up thinning out the rest of my line so severely that it would be difficult to recover from. So, let me see if I can pull it off. Let's bring Marchbanks up. Again, using the blackjack oak on my extreme right to cover my right. Then let's bring let's stiffen him just a little bit with the second. Take this guy, Skinner's Greens from New Jersey, 1 in Light Woods, 2, 3.5 into the heavy woods. Then we'll bring Delancey. 1, 2, 3.5. 64th. 2, 3, 4. 63rd. 1, 2, 3, 4. And Marchbanks. One, 2, 3. And we'll bring our reserve grenadier unit, supported by the rifles. We'll bring the Irish buffs up, split our artillery into the woods there. And let's bring Stuart up. So I'm projecting a field of fire into the open hexes in front of my rearward line, both with artillery and with Sheridan's rifle, to try to secure Marchbank's right flank as he moves in the American right flank. I still have to deal with the swamp fox here. One, two, three, four, five, six. Let's pivot the cavalry. Six. They'll be joined by the other loyalist units. Actually, yeah, I think I'll leave the infantry there. And then that should do it. For defensive artillery fire.
Yep, it's my defensive artillery, and it looks like you probably have not left me with a shot here, as I know you're pretty careful about. Oh, well, no, there may be one here. All right, let me zoom in a little bit. So here's my artillery unit that can fire Gaines. I do have another one back here, Brown, but he does not have a clear line of sight since he's got everybody in front of him. Because of the way the modifiers work out, I'm going to need Gaines to shoot at somebody that all of his targets are on wood, so that's an automatic -1. If I shoot at his light artillery, though, that's a +1, so I at least have a chance to hit your light artillery. So, yep, that's who I will shoot at. So 1 at a range of 2 to 3 hexes is a 9 to hit, -1 for the woods, but +1 for him being artillery. And so that means I need a 9. So that's what we'll do. And here's the roll. It's far from a 9. So that's a miss. So nothing happens there with defensive artillery.
All right, so now in close combat, you're required to declare every attack before you resolve any. You're not allowed to form a line of battle adjacent to a bunch of guys, fight one, see how it goes, and then decide what you're going to do further up the line. You have to pre-designate all your attacks. And so, in this case, I'm going to combine both British stacks, Lee's Legion, the hex that has Lee's Legion foot, and I'm going to declare a diversion against the foot stack. You're allowed a single diversion somewhere on the battlefield pre-combat phase. What a diversion allows you to do is forego the requirement of attacking that adjacent stack. The penalty is a column shift in the attack that you're actually launching. So in this case, he's got 3 strength points coming in with 5, 7, 9. That would be a 3-to-1 attack on its face. I've declared a diversion, which is going to lower that to a 2-to-1 attack. And because it's the opening attack of the game, as explained, he has the benefit, which gives him another column shift, taking 2-to-1 down to 3-to-2. So our final modified column for this attack is 3-to-2. For modified, lead with the 63rd foot, which is a +1, and I get to also +1 for Mark Miklos, my leader. It's the number to the extreme left. That's his combat modifier if he's in the battle, which he is. And as a British regular officer, he is entitled to command even the loyalist troops that are present. So he's eligible to command this attack. And so my total modifiers before going into tactics are 2. Now it's to do a similar calculation.
Yeah. So yeah, I've got 2 units to pick from. I will definitely go with Lee's Legion Foot as my lead unit. So I'll use his morale +1. So my modifier is +1.
Which gives me a net of +1 after those 3-to-2 odds. The first step here will be to choose tactics. Now in this case, again, is eligible to command everybody, whereas Hampton is not. Hampton, again, can only command units that have bold stripes across the top. He's not eligible to command Continentals. Lee's Legion is Continental Infantry, therefore is without the benefit of the additional tactics on the matrix. I know I'm speaking loud. I hope I'm not too loud. Sensitive to the audio quality. If I'm too loud, just say so.
No, definitely. We need it because, yeah, the quality is still not very good. So keep doing what you're doing for sure.
So now we can reveal. So Rob outguessed me. This is a -1 to the attack, which brings the attack down to net even. So it's a 3-to-2 attack, net even. Even though this is, not a great combat for me, I am achieving the spoiling attack that is so important for the British player, in my opinion, rather than allowing the American player total control over the initiative to decide where and when to bring a massive attack where every battle would have a column shift in his favor. So we'll see what comes of it. 3-to-2 straight up. Here's my roll. 7. That's a disruption on the enemy lead unit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So here's my first choice. Remembering back to that momentum that I have. I could, if I wanted, spend my momentum right now to make him re-roll that die. Hoping, obviously, for something not as good. With a 7, it's tempting. Anything less than that would be a retreat at worst, and maybe something even bad for him. But he could just as well roll a 7, 8, or 9. So it is going to be dangerous for him if I have to retreat the other unit out of there as well for me to let him enter into that hex. But that may be where I end up using my momentum instead. So I think just for purposes of going for it, let's put that result. I will take the result, so I'll put a disrupt on Lee's Legion Foot. He now has to retreat 3 hexes, and it's got to be generally in this direction, kind of back towards the road. So let's go. Let's go like this. 1, 2, 3. When I disrupted, let me scroll up here to the Army morale. You see that put me down on Army morale here. My marker started at 14, so I'm now down to 13. So here's our first change in the Army morale levels where it started going down. I can get that one back if I rally him next turn, but I'm not going to have a chance to do that until it's my turn again. Okay, so he disrupted. Now the other unit that's in the hex has to make a morale check to see whether he stays in that hex or if he retreats. So I'm going to make a roll for him. I need a 5 or more, and then it's going to be modified by his unit morale. So unfortunately for me, you see he's a militia unit. He has a -1 to this roll, so that basically means that I need a 6 or more for him to pass. So let's see if he does. He does not, so he's going to retreat as well. So that's not so good. I can go up this way, so I think that's where we'll go on to Hampton.
My lead unit must advance. That's the 63rd foot. Other units that participated in the attack may advance up to stacking limit. I think you always have to be aware of your flanks. This is the bottom stroke of the count. So we don't know who's going to go next. I don't want to leave the 63rd exposed. So the 64th will stay in place, but I will throw Skinner's Greens in there. And Marchbanks will remain with Delancey. Just to reiterate a little bit of what Rob was saying about whether to spend, momentum is precious. There are only 5 momentum chits in the game, and in almost every scenario, one side or the other will start with 1. Some scenarios, neither player has one. But in most cases, they do. This is late in the war, as I explained earlier. The Americans are reconquering South Carolina. They have momentum. They have superior when the game starts. They have initiative when the game starts. They have surprise attack. They have a lot going for them. But being said, that one shit is precious. Yeah, he could have used it, but we can almost guarantee there'll be a far more critical situation later where he'll decide it's more needed. And the only way to gain momentum is through superior results on the CRT, at least in this scenario. Modified results of 10 or 11 will gain momentum for the attacker. 2 will gain momentum for the defender. So it's a precious resource. It's a finite resource, and I have to support this decision not to spend it there. All right, that's it. And we go to the once again, Rob, you are holding. Do you want to spend it?
With that speech just concluded about how important it is to preserve momentum, I think I am going to spend it now because this next initiative is a important one if we kind of look at the potential for what can happen. Mark is in a position here to launch an attack against Hampton's hex that's very poorly defended. Assuming that goes well for him, he may even kill or capture Hampton. He's going to have a potential surrounded attack on this stack, which would be bad for me. On the other hand, if I get it, I might be able to set up something where I have a fairly decent attack against one of these 2 hexes here, or even the 64th, if I can get somebody around there. So I think I'm going to spend the momentum on this initiative roll. So let me go over here, hit spend on that one. So I'm going to add 2 to my die roll for this initiative roll coming up.
Show me what.
All right.
I need.
Okay, here's my roll. Oh, well, you can't beat an 11 on a on a 10-sided die.
Well done.
So, well, I probably didn't need to spend it, unfortunately, but it's still still a good outcome in the end, that I've at least got it here and can probably stave off what might have been a poor turn of events for me then this turn. So I'm moving first. All right.
Right there. Well, quick point of order. I didn't hear if Mark at the beginning wrote down if he's going to take or not take his turn 7 reinforcements.
I did it. It's written down.
Yeah, we didn't really show it like in the module, but I'm taking him for his word at it that he made his decision. So all is good.
And it's a decision that you will be pleased with. Let me just put it.
Okay. I'll also take your word at that.
While Rob is figuring out his move, this might be a good time to let folks know that every BOAR game and every scenario has 3 levels of victory available to each side. And if you're just gathering with friends, across the kitchen table on Sunday afternoon of gaming, it may not matter so much. These games are played in tournament, and different levels of victory carry tournament point values. In this case, you can see the blue star, the British encampment in the rear of my army. That's hex 1108. That's a decisive victory objective hex for the American player if they can take it and cause a certain amount of British casualties as well. Meanwhile, decisive victory for me is killing or capturing General Green and causing certain casualties as well. Then the next level of victory is substantial. And substantial victory occurs when your opponent's army morale is driven to 0. Substantial victories are more common, certainly, than decisive victories, but they're not necessarily run of the mill. You've got to manage what you're doing to force the enemy's morale to collapse through those 3 levels. And then if neither decisive nor substantial occur, then the game is played out to the last game turn, and you get victory points, and that's considered a marginal victory. In Eutaw Springs, for a marginal victory, one side needs a margin of 3 or greater than his opponent had. If you fail to get 3 or greater, then the game ends in a draw, which is why earlier I said that 1/3 of the times this game will end in a draw. It's extremely well balanced in that respect. So I don't think we shared any of that. Looks like Rob is really massing.
We're going all in on this one, yes.
That was a good use of momentum, because even though Rob's double of 9 on the initiative may very well have been good enough unmodified to win the initiative, and I could maybe consider it a moral victory of some sort that he was forced to spend momentum and no longer has it. Still, to get the back-to-back move with me exposed like I was a good use of momentum. So I know players often just guard the momentum for no good purpose when rerolling. You should always be thinking about situations where the extra +2 on an initiative die roll could play to your advantage.
If you're not in the module, Ken just asked the question in the module if the Palmetto Horse qualify as Dragoons, and yes, they do.
Right. In the game, thank you, Dave. In the game, especially early on, the Tom's horse, dragoon, and cavalry were sort of used intermingled. We've tried to standardize that in later games by referring to all units as dragoons. These that was primarily the the arm of horse that was used here, so that does apply. Wow, you're not kidding. This is a if this doesn't go your way. What are you going to do, man?
What am I going to do? Well, there's no tomorrow. It's live in the present, Mark.
Holy cow.
And then there's the swamp fox.
By the way, you all saw Rob move his disrupted unit 1 hex. That is the movement limit for units that are disrupted. If a unit were to become shattered, which is yet further degradation of the morale, then they couldn't move at all. But in this case, he can move 1. And he did.
So the swamp fox will go 1, 2. So that's 3, 4. The woods don't slow him down, but the creek does. And then 5. Okay, this is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the end of movement. The next part is rally. So I do have my 1 unit here, Lee's Legion, that I want to try to rally. And let me bounce back over here. All right, so he's adding 1 to his die roll. I need a 5 or more, so that basically means I need a 4 or more. Here's the roll. And he passes, so I will rally him. And that, I'm going to scroll over to the Army morale table. You should see, yeah, it's back up to 14 where it was. So I'm back up to my starting Army morale.
And while we're looking at the table, players can see in the fatigued region there that there's a -1 to printed unit morale. So if, for instance, Rob's already fatigued and he was trying to rally Lee's Legion +1 modifier would be deemed to be 0 for that die roll. Now, in this instance, he rolled an 8, so it wouldn't have mattered. But these levels of Army will affect both initiative die rolls as well as unit morale. And that's printed right on it. So I have defensive fire. In this case, I'm compelled to fire into the woods, into Green's hex, because Marchbanks is under attack and I've got to hold the line. So we will be shooting at somebody in Green's hex. I don't think I mentioned it earlier when I took my first shot, but when you designate fire combat, the firing player selects an individual target unit to shoot at. And that's the only unit that's affected. Whereas in close combat, it's an entire hex engaging an entire hex, and everyone potentially is somehow affected. So I will fire. I'm going to fire. He's got a rifle unit there, which is going to be eligible to take a shot in a moment. So if I can drive that unit out, that plays to my advantage. But on the other hand, he's got his crack Maryland Immortals in there with a +2 unit morale. Firing at them clearly is an advantage as well. So I think I'm going to shoot at the Maryland Brigade in the hopes of pushing 300 men and their modifier out of there. Two factors at a range of 3. My base is an 8 to hit, but you're in the woods, which increases my hit die roll to a 9. So I need a 9. It's a long shot, but here we go. Not even close. Okay, rifle fires next.
Okay. Rifle fire is next. All right. So, yeah, South Carolina militia rifles have a shot, which I will use. And basically what I'm looking at here, I'm trying to set up a situation where I might, when we get to the combat phase, I might have this stack in the middle, the 63rd and Skinner's Greens, completely surrounded, either by my units or my zone of control, and where he doesn't have any of his units adjacent. So even though it's not the best shot, I think the best use of the rifle shot here is going to be to shoot at Marchbanks's hex, shooting at Delancey specifically. And maybe all that will become apparent here in a few seconds. But so I'm going to take the rifles. You'll see the counter has this FF, which is a reminder that every time a rifle unit shoots for the first time in the game, they get a +1 to their shot. So I'm going to clear that off before I forget to do that. So he's 1 strength point. He's firing at Delancey, which is in the woods. A 1 firing at somebody adjacent is a 7 to hit. The woods is a -1, and then the first fire bonus is a +1, so those will offset. So I'm looking for a 7 or better on this shot. And here's the roll. Oh, so close. Tantalizingly close, but I missed. So nothing comes from that. If Mark had rifle units, unlike artillery, where it's only the defender who gets to go, I don't know if we mentioned that already, that both sides of rifle units do get to shoot every turn if they are adjacent and have somebody to shoot at. He doesn't in this case, so it's on to close combat.
Right, thanks for mentioning that. Rifle fire is simultaneous each half turn, whereas artillery is phasing player only defensive artillery. Now, there are some games where there's offensive artillery capability or siege fire capability, but we won't burden you with those rules in this particular scenario.
All right, so we've got several things going on now with close combat. So at this point, before we resolve anything, I right now have to announce exactly what all of my combats are going to be before I see the results. So this is one case where I probably would love to see some results first before declaring others, but I don't have that luxury. So the way this will work, it's not maybe quite as complex as it could be, but basically what I'm going to do down here with Hampton and all of these dragoons are going to attack the 64th. So that'll be 1 attack. Up here on this hex, I'll put him at the top. The Maryland Brigade and Green will attack Delancey and Marchbanks just by themselves. Everyone else, except for the artillery, which never attacks, and also except for the rifle unit here. Rifle units may attack, but they're never required to, even if they're adjacent to somebody. So the artillery units and the rifles will sit out, but everybody else that I didn't mention, so that's Palmetto Foot, that's North Carolina Brigade, Pickens Sumter, and then everybody in the Virginia Brigade hex. They are all going to attack the 63rd's hex. And the order that I do this all in will certainly play a part in this, and whether I can get a good surround attack or not. So I'm going to do the attack of the Maryland Brigade against Delancey first, and we'll see what happens with that one.
So that's, excuse me. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So just looking at the odds, first of all, I'm 3 and Delancey's a 2. So that's pretty easy. 3 to 2 attack. Obviously, we both only have 1 unit in it, so the choice of lead units is made for us. I'm a +2 and Delancey's a +1. I have Green with me contributing his +1. The British have Marchbanks contributing his +1. So all in all, it's a 3-2 attack. My modifiers are +2 and +1, so I'm a total of +3 before tactics.
And I'm a total of +2. So the net is 1 in Rob's favor.
All right, and then we go to the tactics charts, and since we both have leaders and we both have an open flank over here in 1214, that should mean we both, and our leaders can command in this case, so it looks like the full range of tactics will be open to us. So let's see. And I will put that down. Okay, we can reveal. Attack to commit, which is a 0. So there's no difference from the tactics chit, that's +0, so it is going to be a 3-2 attack +1 for this attack. All right, so here's the roll. We'll see what we get. 7, that's pretty good. That becomes an 8 on the 3-2 column, and an 8 is a disrupt.
Outstanding.
So you see that disrupt move the British Army morale down 1.
Marchbanks leaders can accompany units that fall out of the line. If I have additional troops here, Marchbanks might elect to stay. But he's just an individual and an aide-de-camp and, you know, perhaps a secretary or something. So he's not sticking around because he would be captured when the lead unit enters the pits, and it's Rob's unit. And so he is compelled to go.
All right. And since that hex is vacant, I have to advance with my lead unit, which is the Maryland Brigade. Same thing here. Green could accompany him if he wants to. In this case, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep Green where he is, because if I do, and we're going to do this attack next, I'll be able to use his modifier again in this combat as well, which is what I want to do. I want that +1 modifier. Is every modifier is precious, especially when you may have a surround attack here. Before we do that, though, just to see if I can get that surround modifier, we're going to go down here and do Hampton's combat next.
And let me, since I was talking earlier, it said that he can only command units with stripes. There is an exception to that. If the force he is commanding is entirely mounted, then he may command it, because he himself is by trade a cavalry officer. So in this case, although he's a state officer and not a command officer, he can his formation. Right,
yeah. Yeah, we're going to take advantage of that ability on this attack and see if it pays off. So yeah, this attack is... So I think somebody asked in the comment about Washington's Dragoon, and you may have said already he's 2 if he's attacking by himself, but in this case he's not. So Washington's Dragoon is only worth 1 in this combat. So it looks like I have 3 to your 3, so it's a 1-to-1 attack. I will use Lee's Legion Horse as my lead unit. I'll put him up there on top. So I'm +1 from him, and then, as we said, Hampton can command, and I've got another +1 from him. So my total modifiers are +2 before tactics.
0, so you're at 1-to-1 with +2.
Right. Yep. Okay, so now we go to tactics, and it looks like I should have the full range, whereas you are just the basic 4. Let's see. Oh, Ken is asking if this combat gets the surround benefit. I don't know if you actually meant this one or if you were talking about the the 63rd attack can. This one that we're on right now with Hampton on the 64th, no, he's not surrounded. Let's see.
And the reason why he's not surrounded is there's a British unit in the hex. Now, that won't affect the retreat. You can never retreat into an enemy zone of control, but having that zone of control there negates the surround.
That would be against the 63rd.
See, third, yeah. Well, for this attack on the 64th, there's open hexes back here, 15, 15, 14, 14. So yeah, he's not surrounded here.
Right. And zone of control does not extend into woods hexes, be they light or heavy. So Maryland is not extending Zoc into the woods, neither is Hampton. So the 64th, is definitely not surrounded. But if it's driven back, the 63rd will be.
Okay. I'm ready to reveal. Frontal assault to attack is +0, so no benefit from that. All right, so that gives us a 1-to-1 attack at +2. Here's the roll. 2 becomes a 4, which unfortunately is attacker retreat. So that was not what I had hoped for, obviously. So my lead unit has to retreat. That's Lee's Legion Horse. He's got a retreat 1. So he'll back up to there. Now I definitely want at least one unit to hold this hex to maintain the position here. So I've got the 63rd stack at least cut off for retreat routes. So I will keep Hampton here. Let's roll for Washington's Dragoons next. They're going to get +1 from their printed morale. And then here's where we'll use the leadership modifier now, which is the middle number on Hampton, which is also a 1. That's what he contributes to these morale check rolls. So total of +2 for Washington's Dragoons. Here's their roll. 8. They pass easily. And then Palmetto Horse is printed morale is 0, but again +1 from Hampton, so they're at +1. And well, they fail theirs as well, so they back out. But at least I'm still here for this final attack. Okay, so the 64th held, good on them. And now we'll do the last attack here on the 63rd. So first, let's total the strength points involved here. So on Virginia Brigade's hex, I've got 6 total. Over here with Pickens Sumter and the North Carolina Brigade, that's another 6, so I'm up to 12. And then there's the 1 unit here, the Palmetto Foot, that's taking part in this, that's 2, so I'm a total of 14.
And I'm 4.
And you're 4, all right, so that's 3-to-1 for the attack. So I need to designate my lead unit, and let's see. Definitely going to go with one of the +1 units here. Let's make it Kirkwood.
And I'll lead with the 63rd.
Yeah. So we're even on the unit morales. Since Palmetto Foot is in on this attack and Green is stacked with him, I do get to use Green's combat modifier again. So my modifiers are going to be +1 from Kirkwood and +1 from Green. I do not get these surrounded. There would be another +1 for surrounded if I had gotten the 64th to retreat. But since he's adjacent to the 63rd, they are not considered surrounded for the purpose of that modifier. So my total modifier is +2.
Mine is 1, so the net is 1. 3-to-1.
3-to-1 +1 before tactics.
Right.
And I'll go ahead and say here, so this is one of those cases where I do have a leader. We don't have an open flank, though, this time. All of the spaces adjacent to the hex where the combat is taking place are occupied by other units. So turn flank and refuse flank are not going to be valid options for this this combat, but the others will be.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this one, Rob.
This is one of the more important ones we'll have probably.
Yeah. Oh God, I'm gonna gamble.
Okay, ready to reveal?
Yeah.
Oh,
Minus
you
one.
guessed right.
It
All
paid
right.
off. Paid off.
Okay, so that's -1. So that brings it down to a 3-1 attack even. So I'm obviously hoping for at least a retreat result out of this, which means it looks like I want at least a 4. So I'm hoping for a 4 or better on this roll. No modifier though. All right, here it goes. Here's the roll. Oh, well, that's better than a 4, so that'll work. So a 6 is a disrupt.
So, because I have nowhere to retreat, my 64th Regiment did negate his modifier for surround. He still is exerting ZOC into that hex for purposes of my retreat, as Dave Stifler said earlier. So I have nowhere to retreat. So rather than being disrupted, I am instead captured. That goes up to the captured box, and you'll notice now on the Army morale track, I dropped one. He also gained one because of that fatigue. I have to do a morale check. Skinner's Greens, they were involved in the combat. If they fail this morale check, they would normally be required to retreat 1 hex, but the same circumstances apply. They have nowhere to retreat because of his zone of control, and they too would be captured. So I've got to influence this. That's a wrong analogy. I'm sorry. I have nothing to influence this rally modifier. So it's a straight die roll. I need a 5 or better. Goose. Here we go. Thanks be to God.
Okay, so that was all of our close combats then.
Yep.
All right, so I'm going to clear off the moved markers and go up here. That was the top of 5, so it's now the bottom half of turn 5, and the British have some decisions to make.
Right. Well, Skinner's Greens are getting up dodge. Units can move directly from one zone of control to another zone of control, and then they would have to stop. You'll notice that in Green's hex, he has a rifle unit. If I was not going to be pinned by the next zone of control I enter, which will end my movement, in normal circumstances are that when you either enter or exit the zone of control of a rifle, there's an additional +1 movement point penalty. It's really a moot point here because I can go no farther than so I can go to. So here I go. He's going there. Actually, let me move him to the bottom so I don't forget to potentially move the 64. So this is really kind of interesting, the formation that you're presenting me with. I think
patented wagon wheel formation here.
The old wagon wheel. Now, I want to point out to players that, well, it'll occur naturally in the ebb and flow, so I won't say it now. Never mind. 1, 2, 3. One, stacking limits are in effect at all times. So you cannot, even during friendly movement, move through your own men in excess of stacking, nor can you do so during a retreat, which can get really squirrely if you have failed to line yourself up for potential retreat. In this case, the light infantry can through this hex. So I just pause there so you want to highlight over it. You'll see that I'm not in violation of stacking there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. See. I'm going to put my grenadiers back where they started.
Hmm.
64th will go here. One, 2, light nose dock into the light woods. 3, 4. Two, 3. Let's get our fighting leader to the fighting front. 1, 2, 3. Let's bring our better rally leader over here, taking advantage of his superior rally modifier. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This would be 2-1 even. My 4 against your 2 is 2-1. Your +1 against my leader bonus. So maybe we want to do something about the swamp fox here. 1, 2. But the woods. None of my guys are light, so it would be 3.5, which means I can't get beyond the creek. And I would have to attack you across the creek, and I don't want to do that at those odds with a negative modifier. So we will instead enter the Wantute Plantation House for the time being. And hold there. All right, that's my movement. So let me clear the move. Go to rally phase. Delancey is adding 1. 2 for Stewart is a total of 3 to the die roll. Here's the roll. 0 and 3 is not 5 of them. He does not rally. That would make it your defensive artillery fire.
Yes, okay. So I've got my 2 guns here. And they both do have some targets. All right, well, for these shots, again, Army morale being key, I know if I can get at least, if I get a hit on somebody, if I get a disrupt, that's going to cause him to lose Army morale and push him down to fatigued, which is then going to affect this upcoming combat, because everybody's printed unit morale will go down by 1. So that's a pretty important consideration. So, with that in mind, let me start out here with Brown. I'll do him first. I would like to shoot at your rifle, but he's a little bit harder to hit since he's a light unit. There's a negative modifier for shooting at light units. So I think Brown is going to shoot at Skinner's Greens instead. I am just 1 strength point, firing at 2 hexes, so it's 9 to hit. Not a very good shot, but may as well take it. See if I get lucky. Not so much. So 1 is a miss. Let's go over here to Gaines. And I believe he can see, if I use, he can see the light artillery hex just fine. So I'm going to have Gaines shoot at the light artillery. Again, 1 at a range of 3 is a 9 to hit, but I'll get a +1 because I'm shooting at an artillery unit. So looking for an 8 or a 9. And it is a 9. It's a hit. All right, so let's go to the rifle and artillery fire damage table, which is right here. So I'm artillery, I'm shooting versus artillery. So here's the column I'm going to roll on. Let's see what the result is. Is 1, well, just a retreat. Not terribly helpful, but I'll take it.
Okay, that brings us to rifle fire. Jason, mine is. I'm going to fire your cavalry. So this is my first fire, so let me remove the first fire designation. 1 factor adjacent is a 7. Firing at cavalry is a 6. Firing first time in the game is a 5. But in the woods brings it back to 6. So I'm looking for 6 or better to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the roll. Nope.
Okay.
I was hoping for more out of that.
I'm sure.
cinch your belts, boys, and go in with cold steel. We declare a diversion against Washington's dragoons. In order to mass on the Maryland Brigade, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The addition of the rifle would only get me to 8, which is not going to change the odds using the rifle. I know, Rob, you mentioned before that attacking with a rifle in close combat is voluntary, not mandatory. The reason you would consider not using him is rifles are not fitted with bayonets. If you throw him into a close combat, it's a disadvantage. You'd suffer a negative modifier for that. So we aren't going to use him, but everyone else is going to mass on the brigade for 5-7 factors, which is 2 to 1, but because you suffer a column shift down to 3 to 2. My lead unit is going to be the light infantry at +2, still in high, still plus. So I'm at +2, you're at +2. So morales are even. My only advantage is my leader, Marchbanks, with a +1. So it's a 3 to 2 attack, net +1.
Yep.
Now,
And I was just going to say I have green adjacent to the Maryland Brigade, so even though I'm not getting +1 for the combat, I am getting the full range of tactics.
Right.
All right, so 3 to 2 +1 before tactics, huh?
Ready to reveal.
Okay.
Plus another +1.
Yep. All right. Yeah, guessed me there. All right, so that makes it 3 to 2 +2.
Right. 3 to 2 +2. And you note the trepidation in Rob's voice. And it's really, we remember what I said about momentum. Attackers get momentum with modified results of 10 or 11. Defenders with modified results of -1, -2. As the diral modifier values increase, you improve your probability of picking up momentum. So that I think was underlying Rob's tone there. So 3 to 2 with a +2.
Oh, that's a devastating one. Oh boy, look at that. 9 becomes 11, which is defender captured. Ouch. Yeah, that one hurts for the Americans. That's their best unit, which has just gotten captured here. And on top of that, as you just said, there's a circle by that, so you also get a momentum out of it.
And
on top of that, because he's a +2 morale unit who just got captured on his full strength side, that when that occurs, that's another momentum. So you've just captured the best unit, and you get 2 momentums from all this, which is that is an absolutely devastating result in anybody's book. So let me put the captured result on. There he goes, and that gave you your momentum automatically for that. You do need to add manually the one that you get for the result on the combat chart.
Oh, excuse me. Momentum. Excuse me.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, that was. If you know this scenario, it's really good. A really good result. The game's far from over, to be sure. But we're going to push Marchbanks in there. Whoops, sorry. Push Marchbanks in there, the light infantry, I should say. I think his +2 is adequate. See, we don't know who's going to go next. Green cannot penetrate my line there to get behind the light infantry, although units from the other side might could, although Marchbanks is in woods. I think I'm going to leave Marchbanks there. He's not moving in, and certainly no one from the yellow stack is moving.
Okay.
And that's the end of 6. We move 5 rather. We move to 6. Now, got 2 momentum chits. Gives me a little bit of flexibility if I want to spend to try to influence the initiative and get a back-to-back move here. I think it's worth a try because I see some vulnerabilities.
Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah, so I'm going to spend 1 and add 2 to my initiative die. Here's the roll. You can't beat.
There you go. Can't beat a 10. All right.
In your case, I may not have needed it, but it's good to know that it's a lock. And of course, now the American player has the potential of back-to-back moves for the next turn. All right, so it's my go again.
I have a feeling an all-out attack is coming.
3, 5, 6, 2, 4. Okay, so we're going to put Skinner's Greens here. We're going to bring the Dragoons, the Charleston Horse, which I just noticed. Can you believe it? After all these years, I just noticed that it's misspelled on the counter still. It should say Charlestown Horse. I apologize for that. We'll fix that and issue a replacement counter. 1, 2, 3, excuse me. Let me recount that. 1, 2.5 for light woods. 3, and another 1.5 is 5. 6. The reason, and just to explain the rationale, the reason I'm bringing the cavalry down there to join Skinner's Greens in this attack is if cavalry is attacked only by infantry, the cavalry can flee by selecting cavalry withdrawal. And so Hampton and Washington's Dragoons, if I were to attack them only with infantry, they could scamper away. But by bringing my own horse to the battle, I pin them. Standard fire. Okay, now we want to get. I go 1, 2, 3.5. Although he has a rifle unit in that head, the rifle's zone of control does not extend into woods, and so I'm not compelled to pay an extra movement point to enter that space. So I've got, at the moment, 6 there. which is 2-1. Do I dare attack from the open and face your gunfire? That is the question. I'm going to gamble, Rob, just like you did. The light infantry, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, if all goes my way, he won't be surrounded.
So, Mark, actually, I have a rifle in there, remember? And it's also +1 to enter there, so he couldn't quite make it that far.
Oh, right. Yeah. I just got done saying that. Damn it. Good job. So he can't get there. So I would have risked it with the light infantry, figuring it. It'd be harder to hit him. I hesitate to risk it with the regulars like the 2nd Royal Highland, who could certainly get there, but they'd be facing the full fury of point-blank artillery fire. And I just don't know that that's certain. But I tell you what I can do. What I can do, buddy, I can do this. 1, 2, 3, and exert a zone of control. And you won't be surrounded for combat.
Yeah, Mark, you broke up so bad there. I don't think people could understand what you were saying, but basically what he's saying is, yeah, by being there, you still have a zone of control into these 2 hexes, which will cut off my retreat, even though the 2nd Royal Highlanders won't actually be in the combat. So it's a very good place to park a unit. And being in the woods, he's got protection against my artillery as well.
All right, let's go like this. 1, 2. One, 2, 3. What's the best thing to do with my rifle? You know what I'd like to do with him? Get a pot shot. I want to recalibrate this a little bit. Excuse me. This is kind of important. So let me put
Hey, Mark, just real quick, sorry, while you're doing this, please go ahead. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back. But go ahead and keep moving. It's all good.
Right. Him here instead. And I'm going to bring this one here instead, this one here instead, and then bring this one up in here, and then put the rifle up in. That way I can get the back. No, it is going to be this. And this guy will go here. Okay. Sorry if that caused any confusion. It's important to get the stacks precisely correct, where you've got the modifiers you want for close combat, you want the rifles where they can do the most benefit, and so forth. All right. I think that's the way. Oh, let me see what's happening over here with the swamp fox. 1, 2.5, 3.5. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. 1, 2, 3.5.
Okay, I'm back.
I think I'm not going to gamble against the swamp fox. It would be 2 to 1 even. But if you should survive that and break loose, I think I'd be in more trouble than if I can retain a fleet in being, so to speak. So I'm going to stand pat with confidence.
Okay.
Actually, let me move my rally guys to 1 house they're entitled to, and they'll go there. So now it is rally phase. Stewart exhorting Delancey's men, flapping them with the flat of his sword if necessary, adding 3 to the die roll. And they rally. Yeah. That takes me up another morale point.
Okay,
that
takes us to, yes, defensive artillery. All right, so 2 guns that can shoot here. Yeah, these guys are definitely in a situation now, so we're going to have to take some shots and hope for the best. So 3, huh? Okay. So let's see. Boy, I'm always tempted to shoot at a +2 unit whenever they're nearby. At this point, I kind of have to think about what will help me in this battle more. Yeah, I think let me go back to him here. Here we go. All right, so Gaines, I'll have him shoot at Gaines will shoot at the Irish buffs. So 1 adjacent is a 7 to hit. He's in the woods, so that will be an 8 to hit. Let's roll. Ooh, a hit.
Oh,
a very, very timely hit. All right, so this is artillery fire again here. Artillery fire now versus non-artillery. So here's the chart I'm rolling on, and the result is a 2, which is a retreat, and I will absolutely take that. That is a great result.
It certainly is. Marchbanks can go or stay. but since there's an impending battle,
that would be perhaps not the best leadership. You guys go on and fight. I'm going to run to the back, but you guys, you'll do fine.
all right? Great
All right,
result. Great result.
Yeah, no, that was very fortunate. I mean, I'm literally not out of the woods yet, but that helps a lot for sure. So that was Gaines. So now Brown will take his shot, and he will shoot at the Charleston horse. One at that range is a 9 to hit, but he's horse, which is +1, so we have 8 to hit. There's that roll. Whoa! The American guns come alive at just the right time. Okay. Again, artillery versus non-artillery. A 2, and they must retreat as well.
Those are 2 good results, Rob.
Yeah.
I'll say.
I would have accepted a step loss there.
Yeah.
Wow. Boy, that's slicker than deer guts on a doorknob.
I'm sorry, is that a common saying where you live, Mark?
In the 18th century.
Slicker than deer guts on a doorknob. All right, I will remember that for whenever we have our next tournament game.
Okay, well, I get it's now rifle fire. We have simultaneous fire, but so I'm phasing. Let me go ahead and roll mine first.
Okay.
Clearly, given the reduction in my troop strength, I now have to attack the palmetto foot, even if that would not have been my target of choice beforehand. So my shot will be against them. 1 adjacent 7. You're in the woods makes it an 8 for me.
Yep.
Nope.
Okay. And I will shoot back with the South Carolina militia rifles, so they are going to take a shot at the Grenadiers. And likewise, same deal. They're in the woods, so I need an 8 to hit you. Nope. They miss as well.
I almost would have preferred if you forced me to retreat there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
yeah, you all you would have had was a rifle unit, and then you would not have had to attack me, which I'm sure you wouldn't have wanted to at that point.
What I'm left with here is a big miss, because Skinner's Greens will attack Hampton, but when I get to Resolution, I won't be surprised if you... Well, but you never know. You may stand to fight. You've got fires in your face. But, of course, you could always withdraw. But we'll see what you do. Skinner's Greens against Hampton. And I've got to attack here, so I'll use both my units for a strength of 2. Since you have a rifle and I have a rifle, those modifiers will offset, so I'm not so concerned about it. But it's still 2 attacking 3, or a 1 to 2 attack. That 1 to 2 attack would be +2, +3, +2 against +1 even. So I'm going to actually attack there first. 1 to 2 odds with a +2 net.
Yeah.
Again, it's the mods, not the here. With a +2, then at 2 to 1 with a -2. And so we'll see if I chose wisely. Everybody has all the tactics.
Yep. All right. Tactics on this one.
All set?
All set.
Hold it. I pulled the rifle. Don't do anything.
Oh. Okay.
Damn it.
Caught it just in time. I was like just ready to click on it and review.
Yeah, I did. And, there we go. No further modifiers.
Yep. Okay. All right. So you have a 1 to 2 plus 2.
Yes, I do. Here's the roll. That's a 6. That would be a mutual retreat.
Yep.
I'm going to accept that because you have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
In
Yep.
mutual retreat, defenders have to execute first.
Yep. Yes, they do. Yeah, you're right. So that's on the Palmetto Foot. So, yeah, the only hex that is not in somebody's zone of control is fully stacked here under Brown. So it can't go there, so he's got nowhere to go. So Palmetto Foot is captured. All right. So that leaves these 2 units that have to roll, and I'm going to need at least one of them to pass, or else green is going to be captured, and then the Americans' day is pretty much going to be done at that point, I would say. So let's hope at least one of them passes. I'm still, check here, yeah, I'm still well up into high morale, so at least I don't have to worry about that yet. Okay, so let's start out with the South Carolina Militia Rifles first. They're adding 2 from green to their roll. And they just barely pass. All right, so they're good. So at least green is going to survive for another turn. And then Gaines, the artillery unit, also adding 2. And he passes as well. So at least I didn't lose any more.
Right. So now I execute my retreat. My lead unit, the Grenadiers, must retreat. And they'll go there. And Marchbanks will go with them, hoping that Sheridan's rifles will fail.
Yep.
They add 1 to the roll. They do fail.
Ooh.
And they will go.
Sadly, for me, they fail. Okay.
The other.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those games where sometimes you want your guys to fail the rolls and retreat in certain circumstances, and this was one of them.
Okay, Skinner's Greens against Washington's Dragoons. What are you going to do?
So let's see. Since I'm defending, I'm only 1 strength point, correct? He's only 2 when he's attacking.
Right.
Yeah, all right. So you'd have a 2 to 1 attack, but it looks like it would be -2. 2 to 1 -2. Just looking over here at the chart to see about what I'd be getting. Yeah. Barring a really lucky die roll, it looks like, I'd be looking at the worst that could happen would be about a retreat. Maybe the very worst is a disrupt. I'm going to stand my ground. I'll stand here and fight.
Okay.
So it looks like it'd be 2 to 1 -2 before tactics.
Yeah.
Okay. And I have the full range, and you have just the basic 4.
For anyone on the call who knows Bruno Sinigaglio, he refers to these first cruddy chits.
I was just going to ask you, would you like to tell the cruddy chits story now? Let's see here. Okay.
Ready?
Ready? Whoa, there's that withdrawed chit that I was talking about earlier. So fortunately, I did not pick something that resulted in no combat. So that's -1 from the tactic.
I'm attacking.
Yeah.
Yes, it's -1, which creates a -3 net to my die roll.
Yeah. 2 to 1 -3. Yep.
Okay. A 9 would be loverly. Oh my.
Whoa. Uh-oh. -2. AC and momentum. Whoa.
To really be, bad news. So, tactically, just talking rationally, people on the call. Tactically, my situation is not a good one. If I were to prevail in this attack, I'd have to advance into the vacated hex and I'd be a cooked goose. If I retreat in this attack, I either have my back to the swamp, which is prohibiting terrain to the swamp fox, and I'd be a cooked goose, or I go south, east, and you could overrun me anyway, and I'd be separated from my troop. No matter what happens tactically, I'm in bad shape here. And so one school of thought would be, well, why spend momentum? No matter you're in bad shape. Like in a game of pool or a game of, where is your lie to the battle that's
You're breaking up pretty bad again.
momentum in a case like that? Because if I don't spend momentum, I'm giving him momentum. Like this.
So, Mark, I'm going to jump in just because I think most people couldn't hear much of what you said. But you're saying you are going to choose to spend momentum to force a reroll here, because even though you'll still be in a kind of bad situation with Skinner's Greens, at least you hopefully will avoid giving me momentum, because that's what this combat result would have ended up with.
That was my line of thinking, but I just decided on a third course of action.
Oh, okay. A live update. Hold it.
I'm going to give you this result because even though you're gaining momentum, so still have momentum. So
Okay.
there's parity there.
Okay.
And so the result is I capture.
Yep.
And that's that. And you need to pick up momentum.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and add 1 to my momentum there. All right, so yep, now we both have momentum.
And that's the end.
Now it's my half of turn 6, yep. So yeah, we both have momentums now. And on that last one, I was the defender here. I don't remember if we said the whole part about advancing into a hex after combat. You only do that as the attacker. So in that last attack, even though I cleared the attacker out, he's gone from his hex, the defender can never advance. It's only the attacker that gets to do that, even though maybe I might have wanted to in that case. So, all right, well, now I have some opportunities here. I'm definitely looking at the 2nd Royal Highlanders here, who had made that attempt to cut me off. I think I definitely want to make a run at them to try and capture them. So let me see what other likely targets we have out here.
Dave Stifler, I think you just won a prize at his coming. I just read a pop-up for drafting.
Oh, there you go. Dave getting some additions to his game collection.
About time something good happened while I was watching a BOAR game.
So I am definitely missing that my nice +2 unit I used to have. I dearly wish that I had that one back, but it's just not meant to be, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to make do without from this point on. All right, well, let's take Lee's Legion. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got at least a few +1 units all gathered back here, so that's something. Oh, of course, let's see. I'm sending this back here. I gotta keep in mind you have that rifle unit, and I'm sure they're gonna want to take a shot at a nice, juicy cavalry target, so I want to kind of limit your shots there. Let's see. They may not be able to really avoid it since I don't have a ton of guys left if I want to get a shot at them. Let's see, can they get one? Yeah, they can. All right, well, we'll probably do this instead here. So let's go 1. Three.
That would be 4, of course.
Oh, sorry, 4. Yes, I'm gotta add 1 for the. They can still get there, but yes, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, let me. I'll put Kirkwood in there with him too, so they'll all go to the same place. And then we'll put. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to, unfortunately. So we'll put Washington's Dragoons. All right.
Just so that you are clear on the view of 2 on his counter, that would not apply if he's participating in a multi-hex attack, even if he's alone in a hex. He has to be the only attacking unit, period, in order to get the value of 2. I just want to make sure you're clear on that before you're thinking you were going to throw him in with these other guys, expecting to get a value.
Oh, no. Nope, I know. Yep, it's... Yep. All right, so let's do... We'll put Pickens and Sumter into there. And then they've got a path through there, so the Dragoons will go 1, 2.5, 4, 5. Well, of course, they could just go like this, too, but 1, 2, 3.5, 5.5, or 4.5. Got your 1 gun there. Yeah, I'm giving you some juicy targets to shoot at, but I'm just going to have to live with it. So Oh, here. All right. I'll tell you what I'll do. Sorry, I'm gonna move those dragoons back to where they started. Let me move these guys up there instead. So the rifles will go there. Let's do that instead, and then the horse instead will kind of try to help out a little bit. I'm gonna park one of them there. Oops. Oh, where did he? There he is. Okay. So he moved up to there. These horses, just in case you get a retreat or something. Now for the guns. I guess I'm going to be bold, and I'll move the guns up there with them, and brown up to there. And then that leaves green. Which one do we... I think I would like to put them up there, but let's go 1, 2, 3, 4 down to there. Stack them down at the bottom. And Hampton not going to be able to help out too much, but let's see. Yeah, it's not many people can command up there. Well, I'll just put him with the Palmetto horse then. Keep him out of harm's way for right now. All right, so that's everybody there. And then we have the goose chase with the swamp fox. Let's see what we can manage over here. Still looking at a 1 to 2 attack, even at best here on Coffin, so that doesn't hold much appeal. Let's see, we're at the bottom half of the turn, so I may possibly get the move after this. All right. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What a nuisance.
Well, of course. Oh, I'm probably giving you too easy of a... that's a bit risky, isn't it? You could definitely get him trapped down there if you get the next initiative. Yeah, because then you can bring up Delancey and all. No, I'm not going to be quite that bold with him. Let me get back to what I was looking at doing up here. All right, well, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I probably shouldn't give you any surrounded attacks on him. So Let's go 1, 2, 3. Oh, of course, what turn is this? Are we close to 7? Oh, we are. All right. So here's one thing. You may have these guys coming in, and they're going to come in right back here. So that would definitely be bad news. So in that case, yeah, let me use back up here. I think I'm going to go back to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Work my way back around this way. That's not nearly as bold a move as with him as I might like, but at least he's still threatening something back there, I guess. So, all right. So that's all of the Americans' move, and let's see, I don't have any rallies to do. Nope. So it is to you for defensive artillery.
It is. And I think, let's see, if 1, 2, 3. I guess we'll fire at the North Carolina Brigade. So, 2 factors, they're under gains.
Ah, yep, right there. Okay.
So 2 factors, range of 2, you need an 8, you're in the clear, so there are no further modifiers.
Yep.
6. Okay, rifle fire.
All right, yeah, I'm phasing player, so I will take mine first, and I will take a shot with the South Carolina Militia Rifles. We'll shoot at the 2nd Royal Highlanders. You're in the woods, so 1 adjacent would be a 7, but it's 8 to hit with the woods. Uh-oh, there's a 9.
Good shooting.
Yeah, all right. Rifle fire versus non-artillery. You can see here's that table. Here's the result. But it's 0, which is not the worst thing, but -1 army morale. But obviously 4 or higher would have resulted in him being captured, and instead it's -1 army morale. But hopefully he will still be captured anyway in the ensuing combat. So maybe in the long run, it's actually more helpful this way. We'll see.
All right, I'll take my shot. It's going to be against the Virginia Brigade under green.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I need a 7 to hit.
Yep.
Boy, do I need this hit. Boy, oh boy. There it is.
You talked yourself into it. Okay.
Rifle fire damage versus a non-artillery.
Yep.
-1 army morale.
So we've sapped each other's army morales here, okay?
Are you
we'll
going to
choose.
do it?
Yep, I just did there.
Okay.
So we're both, where are we at here? Yep, we're both basically down 1 from where we started at this point, okay?
Okay. Both sides bending, neither side breaking, at least not. Well, the attacks are self-evident. All they specify is whether your rifles are involved, I guess.
Exactly, yeah. So they won't be here. So for this attack up at top, it's just the North Carolina Brigade, Lee's Legion Foot, and Palmetto Horse attacking. The rifles will choose to sit it out, and of course the artillery cannot. So so that's the one, and then, yeah, down here, everybody adjacent attacking Sheridan's Rifles and the Charleston Horse.
Okay.
All right, so let's do the surrounded one first.
Okay.
I'm going to use, let's see, I think he's the only, yeah, Lee's Legion Foot is my best guy, so I will use him for my lead unit. So I'm got +1. Well, so first of all, the odds are 4-1. My modifiers are +1 for Lee's Legion and +1 for Hampton, and now I do have +1 for you being surrounded.
Hampton
So it
cannot
looks like I'm
command.
+3. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was thinking that before, but I'm throwing him in there. Yeah, sorry. He doesn't count, so it's just the unit morale and the surrounded modifier. So it looks like I'm +2 total.
Right. 4-1 +2.
Mm-hmm.
It's having the cruddy chits.
I
And
guess it's a battle of the cruddy chits on both sides at this point.
for the folks that are watching the game being played, there's a stipulation on choosing withdraw. You actually, I mean, if it's successful, it yields a no combat result, but you have to be able to physically withdraw from the hex. And since I'm surrounded here by zone of control, de facto, I'm ineligible to even choose the withdraw tactic. So I am reduced to just 3 possible choices for my resolution.
Okay.
What did you do, Rob?
I dragged my, I've got my tactic chit out there. Do you see it?
I see your tactics, Jim. I mean, what did you do?
What did I do?
Why?
Oh, I see. All right, ready to reveal? Skirmish to attack is a +1 for me. All right,
You
it
know,
gets a little better.
I thought you might by second guess.
And there's the most important lesson we can teach anybody is never second guess yourself on tactics, right? Because it inevitably goes wrong when you do. All right, so it is back now to 4-1 +3 for the total.
You can roll a 0. It's allowed.
Here's the roll. Well, not quite a 0, but it'll still be enough. 2 becomes a 5 is a disrupt, and that will capture him.
To disrupt 2, so I am captured.
That was okay. So Lee's Legion foot must advance, which he will. I will. Yeah, I'll go ahead and throw the Palmetto foot into there as well. So they're in there, and so nobody else advancing though. So that's that. Okay, so that's the one attack, and then down here for the other one. So I'm a total of, let's see, 6 there and 4 from there, so I am a total of 10. Ken's asking about the morale loss, so that it put it on here. I don't know if you saw, Ken, it moved the marker down when he got captured, so that was a +1, -1. I had been at 13, it bumped me up to 14, and the British was at 12, now it's down to 11. Okay, so for the bottom one, I've got 10 total strength points to your 3, so that's a 3-1. Let's see, for my lead unit, into woods down there. Oh, let's make it, I'll make it Kirkwood for my lead.
I'll lead with the Charleston Horse.
Okay. So, so my modifiers are going to be +1 from Kirkwood and +1 from Green, and then another +1 for your rifle unit, since you have a defending rifle unit involved here. So it looks like I'm a total of +3.
Yes. and that you're +3 and I'm +1 -1 in fact.
Well, because of the rifle. I mean, I already said that for
Oh,
my
you're
part of it. Yeah, I'm counting that on my side. So yeah, looks like I'm +3 and you're +1, so it's a net +2 before tactics.
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. You have a leader who can command adjacent to you, so we both have all of the tactics to choose from. Okay, revealing. Commit to refuse is +1. All right. I get 1 from that, which is good outcome for that. So that means it's a 3-to-1 +3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, 3-to-1 +3, and here's the roll. 6 becomes a 9. That would be a step loss for you. There is an asterisk there. If you had a leader, he'd be killed, but fortunately for you, you don't have a leader there. So that's a step loss. Now we both have momentum here, so the choice, I guess theoretically, the choice for me to spend momentum to reroll that would actually be with me first as the attacking player, right? I'm certainly not going to reroll that hoping to get better than a 6, so it would pass to Mark. You could reroll that or force a reroll if you wanted to by spending momentum. What do you think,
No,
Mark? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you took your step loss, and that did take you down, as you can see on the Army morales, you're now down into fatigued status, so that's certainly helpful for me. All right, I see you put the step loss on the Charleston horse, and then Sheridan's rifle has a morale check.
And inside the combat.
Oh, sorry. What were you saying, Dave?
No, I was just going to say for those watching. So inside the combat, while Mark's morale is now down a level for his roll here, he rolls as if it's still at high.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was about to say that too. So thanks, Dave. That's right. I'm still at high resolving this combat, but if there were a next one, it would be fatigue. So the Sheridan's rifle, they rolled a 9. Where was that before? So they hold the hex. It's the end of the American combat. We go to turn 7 and the initiative phase. Now, in this case, I was the player with initiative on the previous turn, so it's to me first, is it, to declare whether I spend to gain the...
Boy, I think I would have to look that up because it's such a rare occurrence I don't even remember.
Oh, Mark,
that sounds right. I think you're correct.
Yeah, that's the way we've been playing it for a while, Rob. If you're the phasing, if you had the initiative in the last turn, you have to declare first.
You're the first. Okay.
If you go, which isn't often the case, but here it is.
Yeah.
So it's to me to declare whether I want to use my momentum shit. And here's a case now we can illustrate for the players. Rob's marker is still in high morale. You'll notice that in the little colored band, it indicates initiative +1. While we were both in high morale, those canceled, so we weren't verbalizing it. But now I'm fatigued, and you'll notice in my colored band, it says initiative 0, meaning I roll a straight die just by virtue of our position on the Army morale chart. Spending momentum is in addition to this. So I'm at 0. If I spend momentum, I'd be adding 2. So at 1, if he then spends momentum, he'd be adding 3, net 1 over me would be the outcome on the die. So it's a really interesting kettle of fish here for me. If you go first, you're going to envelop my flank. You're going to overrun those victory stars. You're going to threaten, if not enter, objective hexes. Really bring the game to a decisive status. So I see no choice but to spend my momentum to add 2 to my die.
Okay.
Just spend it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to keep mine in my pocket and hope that I then have a momentum advantage over you and can use that for some combat coming up. So I will not spend mine.
So the chart gives you 1. The chit gives me 2 plus 0, so the net is plus 1 to me.
Yep. All right. You can roll first to see what I need to beat.
Oh, Jesus.
A 3. All right. Here's my roll. An 8. All right. Well, I'm glad I didn't spend it then.
And it was worth all of that explanation because, these are elements of the game and go into the rationale behind how people make their moves and choose to do
Yeah.
things. So it is to you, and I've lost my. So now
All right. So I got the move here, top of the turn. So there is the possibility of the British back-to-back move, but it's becoming a little bit less concerning as the situation develops here. I'm less worried about what he could do with a back-to-back move, although always mindful of it still. I might be a little more.
Yeah, the other thing too, we're on 7 to reveal whether these reinforcements are coming in or not until my half of the turn. So he's still in on that point.
Yep. Let's see here. The nice thing you have going for you is, I'm obviously looking to see if I could get some kind of surrounded attack, maybe cut these guys off under the light artillery hex. But because you have that woods hex back here in 1313, I really can't, even if I got somebody adjacent to it, I'm not projecting a zone of control into there. So you're still going to have a retreat path here. It doesn't really look like there's a good way I'm going to be able to get to that. Now I can take another crack at Sheridan's rifles and the Charleston horse, and that may well be worth it. And I absolutely want to look at occupying the star hexes to get your army morale down even more from that. So that's 5 with the +2. So you've got 5 strength points with the +2 in both of these hexes. So that's, I may be looking at maneuver, trying to get around that rather than launching some kind of attack on that. So let's start over here with our friend the Swamp Fox. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you see it generated the little message there. I've got one of the perimeter hexes. So there's my 2 dragoons. Yeah, this stack down here with Sheridan's rifles and Charleston horse is too tempting to not try and take one more shot at them. So let's let me start out with the Palmetto horse, and we'll go 1, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5. The other horse is down here. See, Lee's Legion will go on to there, actually, and then Lee's Legion horse. Park him over here. All right. For these guns. Let's see. Well, Gaines can get there. 1. That's 2, 3. Brown I'm going to have to throw into an attacking stack, I guess, which I'm always loath to do, but I'm just going to go ahead and do it. So we'll put him into there. Now you only have 2 there, so that's 6. I could move Washington Dragoons out, or Pickens and Sumter. But well, yeah, I'm just gonna leave them be as well. This is always the problem I end up with Hampton. I have to end up mixing my stacks to kind of keep them decently strong enough, and then I end up never having anybody he can command. Looks like his only option again is probably Palmetto horse, so I think I'll just leave him with those guys. Okay, so Swamp Fox has triumphantly rejoined the main army after basically waltzing around in the woods for 2/3 of the game, not really having done much. But I guess I'll console myself with the fact that he kept some of your units out of the game too and caused a distraction. So
Sure, you tied up 400 infantry and
yeah, sure. All right, so that's my move, and I have no rallies to do. So your defensive artillery.
Yes. Will fire. I have an equal chance of hitting the North Carolina Brigade or Lee's horse or Gaines's battery. I think we're to a point in the game where the main brigades, in most cases, are going to be my targets. And so I'll fire at North Carolina Brigade, needing an 8 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Okay. For rifle fire, I don't have any rifles adjacent, but you do.
I do, and I'll fire again the Virginia Brigade under Green.
Yep.
Looking for a 7.
Uh-oh. Hit him that time.
Yeah, I did. So rifle fire damage versus a non-artillery target.
Don't get a 9. Don't do it. Ah! You did.
Oh my goodness.
Just as I said it. And you get a 9. And not only is it a step loss, but you see that asterisk there. That's a leader loss, and that means that you just plinked green. Oh, right when it looked like I was going to be getting a good... things were tipping the Americans away. Ouch. All right, so the Virginia Brigade takes a hit. So, step loss, first of all.
I'm back. That's a result.
Yeah, that, as you can see, that put those morales back up, and now you're really going to be fine, because as I put the loss on green, he's eliminated. And that... Now suddenly I'm on the verge of fatigued morale, which is exactly what can happen so often in these games. I think he was worth, what, +2, -2 for killing green. So that was quite painful.
Yeah.
But that's the way it goes.
So I'm looking on page 9 of the printed rule book.
Mm-hmm.
Green is +2, -3.
Oh, -3.
Were you at 14?
I think that I was. I'd have to hit the undo button to go back and look at it. I'm pretty sure.
That wouldn't take us back too many steps. That just happened.
Well, let's see. Okay, I'll. Well, no, you're right. It was his counter. All right, let me hit the undo and just make sure there. He's back. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Here's where they were before his hit. So yeah, it was correct. All right. Let me go back and do that again. Eliminate. Okay. So all's well. Okay. Yep. That hurt.
But wait, there's more.
Yes.
American player surrenders 1 momentum check.
Oh, for green when he's lost?
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. So, on top of all that, I also... Oh, it did it automatically, actually. Yeah, you see in the message window, the Americans lose a momentum.
I see it did it automatically.
Yeah, I put it... I forgot I even put that in the module, but yeah, it does it for you automatically, so...
Right.
Oh, wow. So in one game, you have plinked a +2 morale unit and captured it and got a morale from that, and you've killed green. So this is a costly attack the Americans are pulling off here. That's for sure.
If you show the players on your screen the victory points, it's 7.5 to 3.5. And just to remind players, marginal victory, you need +3 over your opponent. So that's where things stand on that score.
Yep.
Tactically, you're still in a better spot at this moment, but the morale swing, the VP adjustment and stuff really breaks my way.
Yeah, it does. All right, well, we've got one combat to do. So, I think the odds are still the same because I had 10 to the... Well, actually, no, because you're down 1 as well. Let's count it up. I've got 5 in that hex, and I've got 4 over here. So that's 9 to 2. So it is a 4-to-1 attack, at least.
This will go your way.
So let's see. For my lead unit, yeah, we'll stick with Kirkwood as my lead.
So you're +1, and I will now lead. See, you're going to get +1 for Kirkwood, +1 for my rifle, no matter what. So you're 4-to-1 +2. If I use Sheridan, that nobody's holding momentum. Or 4-to-1 +2. Gosh, I almost don't want to risk damage to my rifle unit at this point. I do go next. I don't
Sorry,
see.
Mark, you're saying 4-1 +2? I think it's only +1, right? I don't have a leader anymore, so I think the only modifier is you being rifle, right? Otherwise, we're even on unit morales.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
So if I use Kirkwood, excuse me, if I use Sheridan, morales are even, you'd have +1. If I use Charleston Horse, you'd have +2. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And, again, just for, explaining how we're thinking for the benefit of players, 4-1 +1 or 4-1 +2, it hardly seems to matter. I'd rather limit your chance on one hand with gaining momentum here, but on the other hand, I don't sacrifice my rifle unit. A tough call. I am going to get all the chits and you won't. I do have that in my favor. All right, on that basis, just thinking out loud, because I'm adjacent to a valid leader, I will use Sheridan's rifle as my lead. So
Okay.
even, so you'll only get +1.
Yep. Okay. All right.
And then
4-1. 4-1 +1 before tactics.
Yeah.
And suddenly I have no leader, so suddenly I have limited tactics to choose from.
Ready?
Yep.
Man.
All right. Got with that one. So that's +1. So 4-1 +2 is the final. All right. Would sure like something good on this one to try and salvage this situation. Okay. 4-1 +2. Here's the roll. 5 becomes a 7, which is a step loss.
And there goes my rifle.
There goes the rifle. Yeah, I'll take that.
Oh, that's a key. It's a key unit. And a morale check on the Charleston Horse. Both 0, therefore. Here's my roll. He fails, he retreats. Your lead unit must advance.
Yep. Let's see, that swamp. Yeah, that is prohibited for everybody, isn't it? Okay.
Swamp.
Yeah, except for the swamp fox, but you don't have the swamp fox, thankfully. So that's secure. So yeah, I think I'll push everybody into there. Yeah, we'll stay like that. We'll just put those guys in.
All right.
Okay.
Bottom half.
So that was the one and only combat. So that was my half the turn down to your half, and now we get to find out about these British reinforcements.
Right. I did what I always do. I am not taking British reinforcements.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to justify that again to the players. You're seeing the intensity and tension that is created within the Army morale track, and in a small game like this where the track only goes to 15, it's hypercritical. Some of the bigger battles, the track goes up to 21, and there's a little more pushing there. But knowing that I can't hold the perimeter, it happens, but it's rare that the British can hold out on or forward of their perimeter. So that's going to be one right there. And I start the game down one. To bring the reinforcements in, I'm committing before the game starts to surrender morale. Well, as it turns out, we find ourselves where I have 1 to spare, but only one. And that puts me back on the edge of fatigue where I don't want to be. Because if any one combat goes against me, boom, I'm fatigued again. So I never take, as the British player, I never take the British reinforcement. Now, having said that, the next time I play, bring in the reinforcements just because I told them I would. But that is how I that's it. And now it's my movement, and I got to do something to shore up this horrible situation. So let's move the guns first. 1, 2, 3. We'll anchor the guns. We'll anchor our line on the guns. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 3, 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4. One, 2. One, 2, 3, 4. Let's take the Charleston horse and put him there instead. All right, let's put Marchbanks. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll put Marchbanks up here. We'll put Stewart here. Let's see. You might go next, but you're not poised for back-to-back. So I think Stewart is, well, maybe not. I think I will switch where these two guys went. They could make it.
Yep. Okay.
All right. That's it.
So you said we're on to defensive artillery, correct, Mark?
Rob?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Rob?
Yeah, I've still got you, Mark. Oh, sorry. Hanging out on mute. I'm here. Okay, you're done with your move, and you said it's on to defensive artillery, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, did you leave Gaines with a shot? I don't think so, because he doesn't have line of sight. Looks like he's got friendly units blocking. So, yeah, I don't see any artillery shots from me.
No rifles, no close combat. No one holding momentum, both in high morale.
Yep, sure are. Okay. Is that 3? Did you just roll that?
No.
Or is that from... Oh, that's the old one? Okay, all right. I wasn't sure if that you just rolled or that was the previous comment. Okay, all right. So we're both even on initiative rolls. So here's my roll. 1. All right. Well, probably think I would have preferred that. So that's okay with me.
Good for dressing line. Giving you the back-to-back move, potentially.
Right, exactly.
I'm really missing that rifle unit now. All right, let's see. Put Marchbanks out here on the flank. One, two, three, 4. You'll notice, players, that you quickly run out of troops. Only 2,300 on a side. And we've been taking pretty quickly. Concerned about that back-to-back move, so maybe that's the better formation. And if that's the case, then yeah, I'm going to do that, Rob.
Okay.
That's it. Rally phase. Defensive artillery, there's still none. Rifles, none. Close combat. But
Yeah. All right. Well, time is running out for the Americans, that's for sure. I'm facing this VP deficit. You're right. You got the 3-point margin right now, exactly. With that step loss on your rifle unit, when you lost that put you right at the 3 VP margin. So if I can get another half a VP or a VP, at least I'll get a draw out of it. But what I really need to do is get to these encampment hexes, because that's a 3 victory point swing. He loses 3, I would gain 3, so that would put me in the win column then. But I only have 3 turns to get there, so it's looking like a tall order. So let me move up these guys that can't get into the fight this turn anyway. And yeah, here, let's go 1, 2, 3, and you see the minute that he entered there, that was my 4th star hex that I moved into on the British perimeter. So finally, here on turn 8, which is not very good that he's held out that long, on turn 8 I finally breached it, and that should have moved you down 1 army morale. So at least I've got you down kind of on the brink of going back down to fatigued again. So that was 3. Kirkwood will move on to there for 4. 2, 3, 4. North Carolina militia will join him. I think we'll put the Virginia Brigade in there as well. Pickens and Sumter go 1, 2, 3, 4. And Washington's Dragoons, 1.5, 2.5, 3.5. Oh, I may as well push into there, I guess. That's 5. You could even go 1 more for 6. Let's see, your horses went up there. Well, I'm going to be a little aggressive here because I think I need to be at this point. So, yeah, I'll push him up there. Maybe I'll tempt you into some kind of rash counterattack.
Oh, me? Rash?
Brown is basically a lost cause at this point. 1, 2, 3. I'm sending Brown to the rear, basically. There's no hope that he can really stay up with the attack, and he's more likely to just get himself into trouble than to do anything useful. So, sad to say, I'm just going to kind of keep him out of trouble back there. So up here, my chance to make hay here, it's going to be up on the top side of the board. So, let's see what we can do. So Hampton can command an all-horse force if he's there on it, or he could command the Swamp Fox too, because the Swamp Fox is militia. It's 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Yeah, I'm missing green right about now too. It'd be nice to have somebody who could command all these guys, but his body is being carried down the road back to the American headquarters, I guess. All right, so I think what we'll do is just move Swamp Fox up.
While Rob is moving, and since he was just bemoaning his fate with lack of command and control, I will point out that you see the Swamp Fox has a 5-pointed yellow or gold star. That indicates what we call in the series a demi-leader, meaning that the Swamp Fox and those units he's eligible to command, which would be militia units in his own staff, could draw the 8 tactics cards without the presence of another leader unit. There's no combat bonus, but he is enough of a commander locally that he can direct the tactics of the formation. So, if in this case the Swamp Fox were to attack alone, he would do it with full tactics. That's common in the series. One side or the other might have one or more demi-leaders in play. Now, there are more grievous consequences if a unit like that is a casualty, because you're paying for the troops and the leader. So there is that risk.
Yeah. Okay. That's them. All right, that's my move. I have no rallies to do. You've got some artillery.
Here, defensive fire point blank against the North Carolina Brigade. So that's 2 factors adjacent. We need a 6 or better to hit. There's a hit.
Oh.
Damage versus a non-artillery target. 5 is a disruption.
Oh, that's very bad. One of my big units here puts the disrupt on him, and it goes 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
And that puts me, we are both hovering on the edge of going down to fatigued now. Yeah, that wasn't good. Okay, that was your artillery. Rifles. It's only me. At least now I don't have to worry about your rifle unit. So my rifle unit is up here at the top. And he's going to take a shot at Delancey underneath Coffin.
No surprise there.
So there's no terrain helping him. In case you're wondering, the fence depiction there is just for historical accuracy's sake and for looks. It doesn't have any effect or modifiers on the game, so that doesn't come into play here. So one adjacent in clear terrain is a 7 to hit. And a 7 is what we roll. Good job. All right, rifle versus non-artillery, and the damage, -1 army morale, which actually I will happily take, because that will put you down to fatigued. That certainly helps. Okay, little ray of light here for the American cause.
More than a little.
Okay.
I don't like fighting fatigued. Just saying.
Oh. Why did I do? I made a mistake. I should have put Hampton with Swamp Fox. I'm not sure why I ended up changing him to Palmetto Horse now. I meant to put him up there for the attack, but he's out of position now. Well, I hope that doesn't spoil what could have been an otherwise promising attack here. All right, so that was rifles. So now we have close combats. So what we're gonna have for combats is Swamp Fox versus your light infantry.
Rifles not participating.
Rifles not participating, and then everybody else is going against Coffin's Hex with a diversion against Marchbanks.
Okay.
So let's do Swamp Fox first. So he is attacking at, so it's 2 to 2, it's 1 to 1. I'm down 1 on my unit morale. I'm up, or actually, sorry, no, we're even, because your morale is actually +1 since you just went down to fatigued army morale. So our unit morales are essentially both the same now.
Right.
So it's 1 to 1 even for tactics.
And isn't this, I mean, if you want to just put your imagination hat on for a second, you've got the Swamp Fox and his light infantry partisans against British light infantry.
Yeah.
Flank of the battle. I mean, you can't script it in Hollywood any better than this.
Okay. So, tactics. Got mine.
Nothing further done.
Nothing. Okay. All right. So that means it is a 1 to 1 even attack.
Yep.
Just about as much of a random die roll as you can get. All right. Here's the roll. Oh, not the time to roll a 0. Oh, that's a step loss. That's disaster. Swamp Fox takes a step loss. All right. He at least doesn't eliminate himself by doing that, but that puts him down, and now I am down to fatigued. So this could get bad very quickly now. And you get another.
When your next attack's a 1 to 2, Rob.
Yeah, I'll say. Yeah, it's all falling apart here. And yeah, you got another half a victory point there, so you're also a little bit safer lead. All right, so now down to the other one.
Yeah, actually with the diversion, it's going to be 1 to 3.
Yeah, it's I only had 3 strength points in here to begin with versus your 4, so yeah, it was 1 to 2. The diversion now makes it 1 to 3. My lead will be Lee's Legion Horse which he is now effectively a 0 for his unit morale.
And I'll lead with Delancey, John Harris Kruger, his boys.
So I'm getting 0 from Lee's Legion. I'll get nothing from Hampton either. So I'm because he can't command everybody here. So I've got nothing, no modifiers for me.
I have 1 for Delancey and 1 for Coffin, Major Coffin. So
Yeah.
you're 1 to 3 with a -2.
That is not a formula for success, I'll say. All right, so to tactics we go. I'm going to have to hope to get something good from this, I guess.
Well done.
Aha, okay. That's about as best as I could have hoped for.
You can gamble on you pulling a withdrawal there.
Yeah. So the attacker is standing fast, and the defender is frontally assaulting. So I guess they've sensed the situation, or basically just counterattacking. So that gave me a +1. So it's now merely a 1 to 3 -1 attack. And if you're feeling good about that, then you know that's how things are going. All right, let's roll 1 to 3 -1. 7 is a 6, is a pin.
Oh, good.
We haven't had that yet, so we can at least show that exactly. All right, so let me put the pinned markers onto mine. So I guess we can talk about what that means in the next, whoever's going next, when they have to kind of decide what to do about that, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, and let me put on Lee's Legion foot there. The artillery does not get that since he wasn't in the attack, so, but everyone else does. Okay, so that was all for, that's the end of turn 8.
So, top of 9, the initiative roll. You're fatigued, so you're adding 0.
Yep, you're +1 to your roll.
1 and 1 is 2.
Well, there's a 9. Didn't want to waste a 9 on that, but I got one more crack at it here at least. All right.
Leaves me with the potential back to back, and you with last licks potential.
Yep.
We'll see.
Yeah, and the with the pinned result, I can't even fix my boneheaded move when I didn't put Hampton with Swamp Fox, because I can't move him now to get over there. So with the pinned result, you've got 2 choices. You can either, with everybody who's marked as pinned, you can keep everybody in place where they are, not move, and attack, or you can take off the pinned marker, subtract 1 from your army morale, and then move everybody so that they're not adjacent to any enemy units. So essentially it would kind of let you get out of trouble if they're pinned somewhere you don't want them to be, but you have to surrender an army morale to do that. And you can't move adjacent to anybody else in the process, meaning you can't attack anybody else. That's clearly not an option for me at this late stage of the game and in a big deficit, so I'm going to have to just keep these guys here and make just about the same attack. I at least have these guys down here who can at least jump in now and try to make something happen. Still not tons of great options, but yeah, boy. Let's see, so you're sitting on the line of 10 Texas here. You've got 3 there. I mean, that's a legitimate target, I guess, to go after. Just got those guys on the edge. Yeah, losing my North Carolina brigade certainly hurt. That was strength points I really couldn't afford to lose, and I'll move them up. Well, here, let me clear those off. I'll move them up just to get their one minimum move that they can make. Can't afford to let anybody hang back now.
Rob, while you're moving, I'm going to do what you did a moment ago and excuse myself for just a moment.
Sure, sure. Okay. It's kind of a Hail Mary play here, but like I said, I don't have too much of a choice at this point. Okay, so that's the move.
Rally then?
Or let's see, if I go... Well, yeah. Yeah, I'll stick where I am. Okay, so that's the move. Clear those off. Yep, try to rally North Carolina Brigade. He's now -1 because of my decreased Army morale. And with that -1, unfortunately, that means he fails that. So, not going to get him back.
Okay, defensive artillery fire. Let's see. 2 damaged. We've got the 2 militia. Oh. Let me just do some arithmetic here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3. Clearly, that's your play. So I'm going to fire at the damaged Virginia Brigade.
Okay.
2 adjacent. I'm looking for a 6 to hit.
Okay. I'll take that.
See you, Dave.
Okay, so rifles.
Yep.
Okay. South Carolina militia rifles will again fire at Delancey. And again, looking for a 7 or better. Wow, I have to say I've been on fire with rifles and artillery. They've generally been hitting here. And I'll need every one of it here. Alright, so rifle versus non-artillery. Here's the damage. 7 is a disrupt. That I certainly need, and I'll take it.
Let me disrupt him.
So now we are both fatigued.
Both fatigued. Some things.
Yeah, it's all evened out at this point.
Since you're resuming the attack in there, we can go ahead and clear these pin markers off, I suppose.
That's right, yeah, let's do that. So since nobody moved, I chose to stay in place. We're clearing them off, and there's no army morale penalty there. All right, now I've got to figure out these attacks, and that changed a little bit there, so at least for the better. All right. Ugh. Still not fantastic, that's for sure.
Reminding players that Rob will only be entitled to a single diversion somewhere. You know, in a case like this with lines of battle fully engaged, that becomes significant where he chooses to do that.
Absolutely. Yeah, so, all right, so here's how it will work. These are not, I'm going to need incredible dice for this to come out okay. But you might as well roll them and see what happens. So, Swamp Fox will attack the light infantry again in his now reduced state. Hampton and the horses with him will go straight ahead for Coffin. North Carolina Militia, Lee's Legion Foot, and Virginia Brigade and Kirkwood will all go after Marchbanks. So basically the next two hexes of mine down, all against Marchbanks. Washington's Dragoons and Pickens Sumter on the end of my line will go after the Irish Buffs and diverting against Stewart.
Yes.
So, for the most, well, yeah, it's a lot of actually people just pushing straight ahead and then the one diversion on the end. So, all right, that's how we'll do it. Let's see. So we're both down. This one in the middle is a 2-to-1. That's probably my best attack, actually, right there. Here's Coffin. Just afraid I might hurt myself in the process of trying to surround Coffin too. But let's start out with him. Let's do the Swamp Fox first up at the top.
Right.
So that one's a 1-to-2 attack, obviously. 1-2 -1 before tactics.
Yes.
The rifles, as we said, are not participating. So
1-2 -1 before tactics.
Yep. Okay.
Nothing further.
Okay. All right, 1-2 -1. Need something good. 6 is a 5. Oh, is a pin. Just one more, I would have retreated you out of there. But as it is, it's gonna have to live with the pin. All right. So, well, at least I didn't hurt myself anymore in the process, which was the main thing. All right, so that one's done. Let's come down and do Marchbanks, the one in the middle next. So this is Lee's Legion Foot and that stack, and the Virginia Brigade stack versus Marchbanks Hex. So for me, I have 6 to your 3 is 2 to 1. I will lead with Lee's Legion Foot.
I'll lead with Charleston Horse.
Yep. Okay. So I'm +1 from that. You're 0 on your horse. But you have Marchbanks +1 from his leadership, and I don't. So it looks to me like that evens out then.
Yep, dead even.
I don't see anything else. So it looks like 2 to 1 even before tactics. No. Here, I'm second guessing myself, and you know what happens. But I'm gonna do it anyway. Okay. Got my choice. Okay. Revealing.
Nothing further.
All right. Well, I'm glad I did change my mind then. Okay. I had Stand Fast thrown out originally. Or no, sorry. That's I should have. See, there again. I was going to put Stand Fast, and I absolutely should have. So, all right. Ken's asking, did I say the Virginia Brigade's using the diversion? No, that's the Washington's Dragoon stack, Ken, that's doing the diversion. So this combat is not affected. All right, so it was nothing further, so it's 2 to 1 even.
Yep.
Here's the roll. That's pretty good. 7. That's a disrupt.
Let's see. Are we on the top of a turn? Yes. So we know I'm going next.
Yep.
So with that in mind, we will keep Marchbanks there. And we will roll for the British artillery, adding 1 because my value is reduced to 0 because I'm fatigued, but Marchbanks gives me the 1. He'll hold the hex. And the militia is 2 next to -1 with March.
Yep.
They're good also.
Even the low morale militia senses things are pretty well for them, so they're feeling good. All right, so that's that one in the middle, so we have 2 attacks left. We'll do the Coffin, Hampton versus Coffin next. I am 2 to your 2, so that's 1 to 1. Hampton now can finally command this one since it's all dragoons. So Lee's Legion Horse is my lead.
I only have 1 unit.
Yep. So I'm up 1 on the unit morale, and then our leaders are even. So it looks like it's 1 to 1 plus 1 before tactics.
Yes.
And revealing.
-1.
Well, all right. 2 to 1 minus, or 2, that makes it 2 to 1 even. Or 1, sorry, 1 to 1 even. Correct?
Yes, 1
Yeah.
even.
Okay. 1 to 1 even it is. Rolling. Wow. Well, I did need hot dice, and I'm getting it so far. 8 is a disrupt on you.
Yep.
All right, you're back to there. I will advance with everybody. All right, and then that leaves the last one, which is not so great at all. So it's Pickens and Sumter and Washington Dragoons versus the Irish Buffs. I've got 4 to your 4, so it's 1 to 1, but this is the diversion, so it's actually 1 to 2. And let's see here. Oh, your horse is back there. All right, well. Certainly not a hex I want to advance into, should I be so lucky as to get some good result there, too. Yeah, it's there's no getting around that. Somebody would have to stick their nose into that place. So, let's see, 1 to 2 even. It looks like at this point. I guess I'm rooting for a pin, or even just an attack or retreat might not be so bad.
Who's your lead unit?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Is about influencing that. All right, so this is weird. I'm going to go with Pickens and Sumter as my lead.
So it's 1 to 1. 1 to 2 with a -1.
Yeah. 1 to 2 -1. Okay, tactics. We're both attacking.
Nothing done.
Okay. So 1 to 2 -1. 4 becomes a 3, which unfortunately goes from what would have been an attack or retreat to a disrupt instead. So, well, I guess I'm losing all my big high-strength units here. So he has to take the disrupt. Washington's Dragoons has to roll at even, and they fail. So they back up and retreat.
Man.
Well, that's banging my head against a wall for sure. All right, so now it's down to the bottom of 9.
It is indeed.
Where are we? Scroll back. There we go. Suddenly we have a rash of disrupted units on the board here.
So the first thing we're going to do is put, well, that won't be the first thing we're going to do. Just a minute. I'll figure that out in a minute. Gosh, the fact that I'm pinned up there really works to your advantage. I don't want to be in that spot. I need to stay there to reinforce, commit to that right flank in your cavalry in place. So, what I really want to do back up, but that would put me at 7. Now I'm going to have pretty good chance of rallying in the plantation house with my superior leader. So I'm not overly worried about that. I'm going to break the pin with penalty, the light infantry. And my morale went down to 7. Just for the people watching, I can get Stewart to help me rally, but when rallying in the plantation house, I get another modifier in my favor. So I should be okay there, I hope, to recover some of that lost morale. Light infantry, meanwhile, will back up. The artillery will back up. Militia will go with the guns. They like that. We'll put him in there with him. We'll move the cavalry. It's 1 space there. Put Marchbanks with them. Coffin, I should. And then bring Stewart here.
What's that?
Are you almost done?
Yeah, it's
No.
probably like another half an hour.
We'll put the grenadiers in there.
We're in the home stretch.
before the Grenadiers move there so that I don't violate stacking. I'm going to send the buffs here, I think. It's just not working out. I apologize, this is difficult. Those are the only moves I know for sure. The light infantry's backing up, the artillery's backing up, and the militia's going with it. I'm also putting Stuart in with the disrupted guys and moving the cavalry space to rally. But the bottom here is not entirely satisfied. The Marchbank's original position was here. So, how do I want to do this? I got to protect. This is the bottom of the next to the last turn. You won't get a back-to-back move. You'll get one more at bat. I can't let you get 4 encampment hexes. So, 1, 2, 3. One, two, 3, 4. I can't let you get 4. So I'm almost going to have to do something like this. Then if you win every battle, you'll only get into we'll switch those. It's crunch time. That's why this last couple moves take a bit longer, and we do apologize. But if I mess it up, I can snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. I'm willing to sacrifice units, but I've got to protect 4 bases. The way it stands now, I don't see how you can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't see how you can get to 0908, which is next to the plantation house, or the one with the red star, or the one behind my forward line. Now, what would that be? That would be 1 to 1. And this would be 3 to 1. Where's your other cavalry? Way up there. So, 2, 4. Now they can't get around there. This guy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He can't get around. All right, I'm afraid I'm going to have to do something like that.
Okay.
I'm going to count one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You only have 1 move left.
That's true. Yeah.
I advance, I'll be exerting even more of a ZOC on you, even though I'd lose the units in all probability to a surround. I can afford to lose 2 units. All right, I'm going to rally from here in the plantation house. 2 for Stewart and 1 for the plantation house. Let me confirm that in rules.
Mm-hmm.
+1 to morale check. So I'm adding 3. I'll start with Delancey. He's a 0, so I'm adding 3 to a 0. He rallies. Now, New York Volunteers are a -1, so their net is 2.
Yep.
They rally. The cavalry is a -1. I'm still fatigued, yes? Yeah. The cavalry is a -1. Now +1, so they're 0. They do not rally. All right. Defensive artillery fire.
Oh, there's my gun.
You may be muted.
Thank you. Yep. Just pulling out my gun. There's gains. Fortunately, those encampment hexes. Or let's see, those don't block a line of sight, do they? No, they don't.
They don't.
Okay. So you can either shoot at the 64th or try to take a shot at the Irish buffs. Maybe snipe an officer. Try and get revenge for green. Let's see if I get into there. Could possibly get in there. That would be. Yeah, I think you've blocked off. You've blocked off everything really well. Yeah, at most I'd be looking at being able to get 3 encampment hexes, but it does not look like there would be a way to get a 4th. Well, unless this attack goes down here, it goes really badly for you. Alright, tell you what, let's shoot at the Irish buffs. Just, it's a 9 to hit either way, of course, so just hoping for a lucky hit. But Gaines will shoot at the Irish buffs. Needing a 9. Nope, he missed.
No rifles. We one attack. Virginia Brigade and divert Washington's Dragoons.
Okay.
6 to 3 for 2 to 1. We're going to lead with the Grenadiers.
Okay. I'll lead with Kirkwood.
Both fatigued, so the net remains the same. That's a +1 to me. I do have a unit adjacent to Marchbank, so I will have.
Yep. So yeah, 3 to 2 +1 before tactics. Okay.
Plus another.
You get another.
3 to
All
2.
right.
2.
Yep.
Here's the roll. An 8. That's
All right. So Kirkwood takes the disrupt. And one, guess it doesn't much matter now, but just put him there for 3. And Virginia Brigade has to roll. And here's his, he's at -1, so here's his roll. And he fails, so he's out. In go the Grenadiers, charging to victory.
That is that. And it's now 10.
Top of 10. Still nobody with momentum, right? No. So
Both fatigued, so the next.
we're both even up. Okay. Here's my roll. Oh.
Oh, good.
Oh. Well then. I think you're going to be able to dress your lines again.
Yeah.
Oh, I was savoring the possibility of a surrounded attack on the Grenadiers.
I bet you were.
And at the end of the game, we could have had a prisoner exchange for our +2 units. I probably would have taken that.
You will have last place. We'll move the guns here. The militia up and give them some leavening. See, they don't need to go there, they need to go here. And Grenadiers will back up. Volunteers will come here. Now, dragoons are not permitted in the plantation hex, neither is the plantation house hex, neither is artillery. So I can't get him in there for the extra rally modifier for those that are still enjoying the game, but I can at least put a superior leader with them for rally purposes. Let me get Coffin down here. I'll put Stewart in here. And then there you have to stop. You go there, you have to stop. You go there, you have to stop. You have to stop. So right, Rob?
Okay.
Rally phase. +1 +2 for a net of +1. No.
Those horses are obstinate.
Yeah. Defensive artillery.
Yeah, okay. Let's take a shot at the Grenadiers under Marchbanks. 1 at that range is a 9 to hit. Misses.
Okay. No rifle fire, no close combat.
All right, so it comes down to this. So, yeah, you have very effectively screened off those encampment hexes. I can see there's no possibility of me with miraculous dice, the best I could hope for is getting into 3 of them, but it's physically impossible for me to get into 4 of them. So I am not going to get those 3 victory points from that. And you've got a 3.5 VP lead here. So I think the most I can hope for is if I could somehow get 1 victory point from you in this. I could knock your lead down to 2.5, which would end up with a draw rather than a victory. So I think that's the best I can do, is playing for the draw at this point. So is there any way to draw or to pull that off? I at least don't have to worry about your response to any of these moves at this point, so I can throw a little bit more caution to the wind than I probably would otherwise. And I'm just looking at what your modifiers would be in all of these. Well, there is the Irish buffs. Yeah, boy, it's just hard to really pull anything off. So that's for 2 + 2, so is that. I'm going to have to do at least 1 diversion, it looks like, almost no matter where I would try to go for 1 reasonably good attack. And as far as everybody who can attack, I've got, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, not counting the rifles, so you're stacked up to about 4 in all your places. So I think a 2-to-1 attack before the diversion. So realistically, that probably means a 3-to-2 attack is probably about the best that I can do. So, let's throw them in there. All right, so go 1, 2, 3, 3. I guess that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, these guys will go up to there. 1, 2, 2. Oh, sorry, that's the cannon. I need these guys here, these Legion Foot. Let's see, I'm not overstacked. Am I 2, 4, 5, 6? Okay. 7, 8. Yeah, I think that's the best I can do, because then there's not a diversion on that, and maybe the rifle will even make things easier. Disrupted guys, doesn't really matter. I'll move them up just so they look pretty. There we go. See? That's a nice line now. So that's the best we can do. I'm gonna move the gun out of your range since my gun cannot do anything anymore. And Hampton can't help in that attack. The most he can do is help Sumter possibly rally, so that would be worth something, so I'll stick him down there with that. And that's going to be it.
Well.
Alright, so rally phase, if I get all 3 of these, it will put me into high morale, so there is that I'm possibly outside chance of getting. Okay, so let's do Hampton's first. So he's giving +1 to Pickens and Sumter. So he's a net even on his roll. Just misses it. So these others aren't really going to impact anything, but we'll resolve them just for completeness' sake. So Kirkwood is at even. He does rally. And North Carolina Brigade at -1. He fails.
Okay.
All right. So that was my rallies.
Defensive site to Washington Dragoons.
Mm-hmm.
With 2 factors at a range of 3, I will target. My best chance to hit is the Dragoon, but then you'd still have to wear it. Virginia Brigade, you'll have to throw your rifle in to get me to the, which would then be the negative modifier. So I may go ahead and take that gamble, fire Virginia Brigade. Factors range of 3. We need an 8 or a 9 to.
Okay.
Okay, nothing done.
Okay.
Rifle fire.
Rifle fire. South Carolina Militia Rifles. They're just going to go for broke here and shoot at your light infantry, even though it's the worst shot. But if they do hit, it will by far be a better effect on the battle. So 1 adjacent is a 7, but you're light -1, so they need an 8 or better to hit. Nope, they missed.
Okay.
All right, so for combat, everybody except the rifle will take part in this combat then, hitting the light infantry stack.
2 to 1.
So it's 2 to 1, and I'll use Lee's Legion Foot as my lead unit.
He's a 1. I'll lead with the light infantry. Of course, we're both fatigued, but it nets out to the same, which is
Yep.
1. I don't get
Yep.
the benefit for defending behind a creek because not all attackers are attacking close to the creek. If they were, I'd have that terrain advantage, but that's not the case.
Yep.
So it's
All right.
2 to 1 -1 before tactics.
And we both have the cruddy chits.
We both have the cruddy chits because Swamp Fox.
Right.
Cruddy chits galore.
Okay. And revealing.
-1.
-1. All right. It's only fitting that it ends on an awful attack there. All right, so Well, not awful, I guess, but it's 2-1. That'll make it -2 for the
Yeah.
end result.
Yeah.
Okay, last combat of the game. Here it is, 2-1, -2. Oh! The Americans fall flat on their face on the last combat.
This is good because we get to show the viewers what happens when the CRT yields a capture result.
Sure.
As far as the first of all, your unit is captured and they get momentum.
Yeah, the
Yes.
yeah, I was just sorry. Yeah, I'm looking at the chart. I was actually, so we're on the 2-1 column.
Right. You rolled a 0.
Yep, and it's -2. So the result is AC.
Right. An attacking unit of your choice is captured. It doesn't
So
have to.
yeah, my question is, if you look at the very best result you can get on the 2-1 chart, if you an 11 is also AC, attacker's choice. My question is, this is just design flaw. But hold on. Let me just ask the question.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be, in this case, that -2 result, shouldn't it be DC instead of AC? Shouldn't it be your choice because I did so poorly in the combat?
Well, a -2 will affect the attacker, but you are given the choice. A +11 will affect the defender, but you're still given the choice in this because it's only 2-1. If you go up to 3-1 and 4-1, you start mixing up. You get more options as far as whose choice it becomes.
Right.
You know, 2-1 is not a great odds attack. You're still, you know, the privilege is yours to make the decision. Either way, I'm going to pick up. Then we get to demonstrate what happens for the ensuing reactions, which is kind of cool.
And I guess my other question, I'm genuinely not sure of what it's attacker's choice, but it always has to be the lead unit, right? I mean, I can't choose another unit other than the lead unit, can I?
You may.
That's
what these capture choices are all about. This is the exception where the lead unit doesn't have to be the impacted unit. You're going to get to pick who you want to have captured.
Okay. Not that it matters for our case, but just out of curiosity, I think I genuinely did not realize that before, that this would be the one exception where it may not affect the lead unit.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll give you a bad unit. I'll give you the Palmetto Horse here, since he's only a 0, so I'll put the capture on him. But it still, of course, gives you points. So
now, a couple of things. Because earlier in the game, viewers will remember that units got captured because they were surrounded by zone of control. So that was a capture due to position, not due to a direct result on the CRT. When the CRT itself gives you a capture result, like just happened now, first point of the game, these ensuing checks to be treated differently. If a unit passes, it must retreat. And if it fails, it must disrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Disruptions will further erode his morale. I don't think you have enough units involved to risk going demoralized, but you may end up wavering. We'll see.
Yeah. And of course, you also get a momentum from this result. Not that it matters, but we'll put it on there just to show that you ended with one momentum there. All right, so I'll roll for the other guys that were involved here. The rifles are not rolling since they weren't involved in the combat. But Lee's Legion Horse does, so I'll go top to bottom here, starting with that horse. He's at 0. He fails, so he disrupts. And heading straight back, and where am I at? 7, okay. Next is the Swamp Fox. He's rolling at 0. He passes, so he just retreats. Virginia Brigade is at -1. He fails. He disrupts. And I'm down to 6. Washington's Dragoons are at 0. They disrupt. All right. Lee's Legion Foot is at 0. And they pass. And then North Carolina Militia is going to be down at -2 for their roll. And they fail. So, indeed, yeah, that disrupt. They can disrupt back to there. And that does put me down at wavering.
Yeah.
So I definitely fell off the cliff there on the last attack.
You know, if your morale, just discussing for the benefit of the viewers, if your morale had been even a couple of pips lower and an outcome like this occurred, it potentially could drive you all the way down to demoralized, which would be a substantial victory, not merely a marginal victory for the British player. Again, in a friendly game, that doesn't matter so much, but in tournament play, it certainly would. This, right up until the unraveling at the very, very end, boy, this was nip and tuck, and it demonstrates how tense and how close the BOAR contest can be among evenly matched players. So thank you for a good game.
Yeah, no, congratulations. That was a good one. Yeah, you know, I took a couple personal morale checks in the beginning when I lost that my good +2 unit, and then losing green on a rifle shot. Obviously, that hurt. But I think we always say how, like, at some point, you know, you can't be afraid and kind of hold your leaders back, and hoping to protect them from that stuff. There are a few times in the game where maybe that's prudent if you're holding a lead and trying not to give it up, but at some point you do have to attack into the face of rifles and artillery and just hope that you know, you don't get too unlucky. And unfortunately you got them there, so nothing I could really do about that. But yeah, it was a good. I don't normally experiment with bringing the Swamp Fox in up there, but I thought, why not give it a try this time? So
Yeah.
like you say, I mean, I did feel good about tying down some of your units, even if he didn't get into the fight until late in the game. It was interesting just to see what you did to respond to that. So I think it did help kind of thin out your front line facing my main force a little bit more.
It most certainly did. This game proves too that BOAR, you know, it may appear dire. You may even consider failing a personal morale check and, you know, get, you know, down in the mouth. But BOAR really is never over until it's over, to quote Yogi. Things can turn. A lucky artillery shot, a lucky rifle shot, perhaps, picking off a leader or a critical unit. You're never really out of the game. The other thing, just real quick, and I'll open the floor to questions. Discord screen, by the way. The other thing, Rob was just talking about, you know, use of leaders and so on. My Army Commander Stewart, as we've seen, had a 0 command rating but a +2 morale rating. So there were a couple of times where leaving him in the rear, I felt, would have been a gamble should he run it. A couple of times, I could have been firing. More often than not, I kept him either behind the line, adjacent to units so he could influence for tactics cards without being at risk, literally in the rear helping to rally cards. It's good, you know, use for him. So with that said, you know, really want to thank you all for those of you that stuck all the way to the end. It was a big commitment on your part. We're very grateful. Hope you enjoyed.
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. And yeah, if there's any questions, certainly.
Either type it in or ask them. A couple of people are still on the call, but your view date.
Yeah.
If you want to ask.
Sure. It's Ken here. Hi guys, how's it going?
Hey.
You're sticking with us, Ken.
Hey,
Yeah,
yeah,
you,
this is
you were
one of
in
my
the whole
favorite
thing, weren't you?
series.
So this was a long haul. Thanks for watching the whole thing.
It's okay. For one thing, this is probably the only series that I have played every game in each volume, with the exception of Newport. That's up next.
Oh, wow. Well,
Nice.
thank you very much.
So I see
Yeah,
from your
I
pictures,
actually
Ken, do you live in Rhode Island?
no.
Oh.
We were there like last month. My wife and I were
Oh,
visiting
okay.
family in the East Coast, and
Okay.
I thought like, oh, you know what? That game is coming out. Or I mean,
Yeah.
when I got it, I had actually gone to GMT weekend last month as well, so it was perfect timing. It's like to actually know where Butts Hill Fort is, and its proximity to everything else, and to see like how close it is actually to sea. And to
Hmm.
the ocean, and that was amazing. I could like picture where the troops were and all that in close proximity to each other. And this is probably what the best scenario, I guess, to teach somebody who wants to know more about the series, right? Would you agree to that?
I certainly do, and I said a little bit before you dialed into the call, but this one, because of its low counter density, rather straightforward situation, yet it gives you the opportunity to explore all the core mechanics. It's a very approachable scenario, and the balance is exceptional. This one could easily have been a draw. It ended up a marginal victory for me. For a period of
Hmm.
time, it looked like it was going to be a victory for Rob. I mean, no one is ever, shouldn't say no one's ever blown out. That will happen once in a blue moon, but certainly among experienced players, this one is a very, very balanced game. You're right. So
Absolutely, I
good
agree.
one to use for a teaching.
Yeah, my last play of Rhode Island was a draw. So I played the British too, just like you, Mark, and my opponent. And I played all all the games with this same guy. We just love the series.
Oh,
And I was playing when I was playing as a British, and I thought he was going to make a dive for the hill fort, and he didn't. He tried to just kill most of my units and tried to go for the substantial victory, and he came up short. But he was then it was up to me just to fight for the draw, and I killed most of his units, and that's what happened. We were both at wavering, and it was just it was perfect. Yeah. Uh, one more caveat, if you guys don't mind,
of course.
Sure.
and then I'll shut up. And if anybody else has any comments. Um, Anyway, so going back to this game, again, I have the first edition, so there's been a lot of things that has happened since then, like adding the artillery to the looting table and all that. So I actually had to go to the latest edition of the rules, both the series and the battles. So, but I mentioned before about the Washington Dragoons with the parenthesized two, and the reason I was, I guess, lost about that was it's not in the rules either, and I'm talking about the latest rules. So are you guys going to fix that, or is that it? You guys will just have to put a note somewhere.
Are you talking about the tri-pack?
Yeah, because I just looked at like I said, I have the rules online, and I'm looking at where the Washington Dragoons rules could be, and there's nothing.
So I've got in my hands now the Guilford Courthouse, Eutaw Springs, published
Okay,
in the tri-pack, which was released in 2017 or 18. Now I'm forgetting.
I see.
Which we did a third edition of Saratoga, a second edition of Brandywine, and a facelift to Guilford and Utah. And
Uh-huh.
and in the what is it, page 11, which has
Page
the
11.
counter manifest detail. But there you will see the Washington Dragoons counter correctly labeled. Then,
Right, yes.
yes, then in the tri-pack package, there was a 4-page full color cardstock folder that listed Ken every single replacement counter I've ever issued for the entire
Ah,
series over the 23-year history of the series. And
I see.
each one of those is explicit about what changed and what. There you will also find the new units that were introduced to a game that may not have been part of an original, like the Second Royal Highland, the British unit wearing kilts. They were not in your original set either, as an example.
I
So
see. Yeah, and unfortunately, that 4-page document isn't online, isn't available online. So that's why I don't see it.
I see. Well, we'll see. He's the developer. We'll see how he wants to solve for that.
Okay. If not, like I said, I still got my C3 eyes. That's why I asked before. So maybe I have to do some digging.
By the way,
Uh,
the William Washington, the same unit, the same troops, the same individual, was at Guilford Courthouse and Eutaw Springs.
right. He was
Yeah,
he's the cousin of the General Washington, I believe.
yes, his cousin. These two units, these two counters, are in each of the two games, and you will find in Guilford as well that Washington's counter is these two. And just the backstory there, right quick. He received formal cavalry training from Casimir Pulaski, who was considered the father of the American cavalry.
All right.
Pulaski trained William Washington on European cavalry shot tactics, and those were employed at both Guilford Courthouse and Eutaw Springs, whereas normally the cavalry would screen or act in pursuit, or they would dismount and fire, or what have you, like dragoons do. Both Guilford Courthouse and Eutaw Springs, William Washington launched a shock attack by himself against an enemy position, and utilizing the skill set that he received from his training with Pulaski, and that's the reason for that extra combat value when he is attacked.
I see. Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Anybody
Okay.
else? Any
Thank you.
comments?
Hi, this is Brian. Can you hear me? This is very interesting. I have a very older version of this game before the tri-pack, and I'd be interested in having the additional counters posted online someplace too, to avoid having to buy the whole new tri-pack to get them. So it was very interesting. I've never actually got it on the table, so I have it stored someplace, but it's given me the incentive to think about putting it on the table someplace and maybe updating the rules and counters. So very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, and I hope you do. And I hope I can be forgiven for a shameless plug, but even players that already owned even the second edition of Saratoga, which had a brand new scenario in it, the is now, it includes the third